A boring history for Sleep's Tale. How medieval farmers predicted weather using animal behavior. A boring history for Sleep's Tale. How medieval farmers predicted storms without any tools. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a small English village, where the sky held secrets that only a chosen few could read, and where a young woman's curiosity would unlock ancient wisdom that had been whispered through generations like prayers carried on the wind. Picture yourself in Thornwick Village, Yorkshire, in the year 1347. The morning air carries the scent of fresh-baked bread, mingling with the earthy smell of damp thatch and the metallic tang of iron from the forge. This is where our story begins, in a world where people lived and died by the rhythm of seasons, where a single storm could mean the difference between feast and famine, between life and death. Alara Whitmore pressed her face against the cool stone windowsill of her father's forge, watching the eastern horizon with the intensity of someone who had learned to read a trouble in the color of dawn. At 16, she possessed the kind of restless intelligence that made her notice things others missed. The way sparrows gathered in unusual formations before rain. How her father's old war horse would pace the paddock hours before thunder rolled across the moors. The morning sky stretched before her like parchment stained with watercolors, pale gold bleeding into rose, then deepening to amber where the sun would soon break free of the hills. But something felt wrong. The air hung too still, too heavy, like the moment before a held breath is finally released. Even the forge fire seemed to burn differently, its flames dancing with an agitation that made her father, Master Robert Whitmore, pause in his work and glance toward the door. "Storm coming," he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his leather apron. "Can feel it in my bones. Old wounds always know." But Alara had been watching the sky for 3 days now, and what she saw didn't match what the village weather readers had predicted. Old Henrik the Cloud Watcher had proclaimed fair weather through harvest time. The traveling fortune-teller who'd passed through last week had read the entrails of a goose and declared the same. Even Brother Thomas, who claimed to read God's will in the movement of birds, had assured the village council that the barley would be safely gathered before any serious rain. Yet the animals knew different. For 2 nights running, Alara had watched the barn cats pace restlessly. Their ears flattened against heads they shook as if trying to dislodge some irritating sound only they could hear. The chickens had been gathering closer to their roost since dawn, clucking with the nervous energy of creatures who sensed danger approaching. Most telling of all, the swallows, those graceful dancers of the summer air, had been flying lower and lower, skimming just above the wheat fields in patterns that seemed almost frantic. The forge door creaked open, and her younger brother Marcus stumbled in, his arms full of kindling and his face flushed with the exertion of his morning chores. At 14, he possessed all the confidence that came with being the blacksmith's son and heir, but none of his sister's gift for observation. "Father says to bank the fire high," Marcus announced, dumping the wood beside the great hearth. "Lord Blackthorn's sending his steward by this afternoon for those horseshoes, and will need the iron white hot to get the tempering right." Alara turned from the window, her brow furrowed with worry. "Did you notice how the horses were acting this morning? Restless, like they're listening for something?" Marcus shrugged, already reaching for the bellows. "Horses are always restless. That's why they're horses and not sheep." He began working the leather bellows with steady rhythm, coaxing the coals to renewed life. "You worry too much about animals, Alara. They're not fortune-tellers." But as the morning wore on, Alara's unease only deepened. She found herself stepping outside every few minutes, scanning the horizon for signs that would confirm or deny the growing certainty in her chest. The western sky remained clear, painted in the soft blues and whites of a perfect summer day. Yet something in the quality of the light, something in the way the air moved, or rather didn't move, set her teeth on edge. By midday, the stillness had become oppressive. Not a breath of wind stirred the wheat in the fields beyond the village. The leaves on the great oak that shaded the village well hung as motionless as if they'd been carved from stone. Even the ever-present hum of insects seemed muted, as though the very air had grown too thick to carry sound properly. Alara was grinding barley in the kitchen when she heard it. A sound so low it was felt more than heard, like the rumble of a great cart passing over distant cobblestones. She set down her pestle and stepped outside, tilting her head to catch the sound again. There, a deep thrumming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, a vibration that made her bones ache with its strangeness. The village dogs had begun to whine. She found her father in the forge, hammering out a horseshoe with the methodical precision of 30 years' practice. The ring of metal on metal filled the space with its familiar music, but even that comforting sound couldn't quite mask the growing tension in the air. "Father," she began, then stopped as a gust of wind suddenly rattled the shutters. The first wind they'd felt all day, and it carried with it the green smell of rain and something else, something wild and electric that made the hair on her arms stand on end. Master Robert set down his hammer and stepped outside, Alara close behind him. The western horizon, which had been clear just an hour before, now showed a line of darkness so thin it might have been drawn with charcoal. But even as they watched, that line began to thicken, to rise, to take on the ominous shape of clouds building with unnatural speed. "Sweet Mary," her father breathed. "That's moving fast." The memory hit Alara with sudden clarity. Her grandmother's weathered hands tracing patterns in the air as she spoke of storms that carried more than rain. "There are tempests born of earth and sky," old Grandmother Whitmore had whispered during the last winter before her death. "And then there are storms that come from places where the very air thinks and breathes. Those ones, child. They hunt." At the time, Alara had dismissed it as the rambling of an old woman whose mind wandered between present and past, like a cat seeking the warmest spot by the fire. But now, watching the unnatural speed of those approaching clouds, she felt the truth of those words settle into her bones like ice. "Father," she said, her voice cutting through the rising wind. "Grandmother used to say something about storms that hunt. Do you remember?" Master Robert's hammer stilled in his grip. For a moment, his weathered face took on an expression Alara had rarely seen. Not just concern, but something deeper. Fear, perhaps, or recognition. "Your grandmother saw things," he said slowly, his eyes never leaving the approaching wall of darkness. "Things the rest of us were too practical to notice. I always thought—" He paused, wiping his hands on his leather apron with movements that betrayed his growing unease. "I always thought she was just repeating old wives' tales, stories passed down from her own grandmother, and hers before that." But even as he spoke, Alara could see in his expression that he was remembering something else. Some fragment of conversation or observation that had lodged itself in his memory like a splinter, ignored until this moment when it suddenly demanded attention. The wind gusted again, stronger this time, carrying with it not just the scent of rain, but something else entirely. something that made Alara think of deep caves and places where sunlight had never touched stone. It was a smell that belonged to winter, to the heart of mountains, to spaces between the world she knew and worlds she could only imagine. The animals, she said suddenly, the pieces clicking together in her mind like the tumblers of a well-made lock. They've been trying to tell us something for days. Not just that a storm was coming. They've been afraid. Marcus emerged from the forge, his face flushed from the heat of the fire, just as another gust sent a shower of leaves spiraling past the doorway. "What's all this talk about animals?" he asked, but his voice carried less of its usual dismissive tone. Even he could see that what approached them defied the normal patterns of summer weather. "Look at them," Alara said, gesturing toward the village square, where chickens huddled in tight groups, their usual pecking and scratching forgotten in favor of pressing close together like children seeking comfort. When did you ever see chickens act like that before ordinary rain? In the distance, she could hear the lowing of cattle. Not the contented sounds of animals at pasture, but the distressed calls of creatures driven by instincts they couldn't understand. The village dogs, usually so eager to bark at any disturbance, had fallen silent. Many of them slinking toward whatever shelter they could find with their tails tucked low and their ears flattened against their skulls. "It's like they can hear something we can't," Marcus said. And for once his voice held none of his usual skepticism about his sister's observations. "Something that's making them want to hide." Master Robert set down his hammer with deliberate care, his movements those of a man making a decision he'd been avoiding. "There are things your grandmother told me," he said quietly, "things I never repeated because I thought they were just stories. But she swore they were true, passed down through the women of her family like recipes for bread or remedies for fever." He moved to the window, his broad shoulders blocking much of the light as he studied the approaching storm. "She said there were people long ago who could speak with the sky itself, not just read the signs of weather, but actually communicate with it. She claimed her own great-grandmother had been one of them, back in the days when such things were spoken of openly. The first drops of rain struck the ground outside with unusual force, each one exploding into a spray of dust and moisture that seemed to hiss as it hit the sun-warmed earth. But it was the sound they made that caught Alara's attention, not the gentle patter of ordinary summer rain, but something more deliberate, more purposeful, almost like the tapping of fingers against glass, as if the storm were trying to get their attention. "What happened to them?" Alara asked, though part of her already suspected the answer. "The people who could speak with the sky?" Her father's expression darkened. "Same thing that happens to anyone who claims to traffic with powers beyond the natural world. The church declared them heretics. The lords feared their influence over the common folk. They were hunted, scattered, driven into hiding, or worse." He turned from the window, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "But your grandmother always said the gift didn't die out entirely. She said it just went quiet, waiting." The implications of his words hung in the air between them like smoke from a guttering candle. Outside, the wind was picking up speed, and with it came a sound that made all three of them freeze. A low, thrumming note that seemed to come from the storm itself, as if the very air were singing. "Alara," her father said, his voice barely audible above the growing wind. "The things you've been noticing, the way you read the signs in animal behavior. Your grandmother used to do the same thing. She'd know about storms days before they arrived, could tell you if the winter would be harsh or mild just by watching how the sparrows built their nests. The thrumming sound grew stronger, and with it came a sensation that Alara felt in her chest, a resonance that seemed to match the rhythm of her own heartbeat. It was as if the storm were calling to something inside her, something that had been sleeping until this moment. "I think," she said slowly, the words coming from some deep place of certainty she hadn't known she possessed. "I think this storm is trying to tell us something. Too fast." Alara had watched enough storms approach to know that what she was seeing defied the normal rhythm of weather. Clouds didn't build that quickly, didn't move with such purpose across a still sky. This was something different, something that made her think of the old stories her grandmother used to tell about storms that carried curses in their hearts. The wind picked up, no longer the gentle breeze that might herald an ordinary summer shower, but gusts that bent the wheat nearly flat and sent chickens scurrying for cover with alarmed squawks. In the distance, she could hear the lowing of cattle as they pressed together in the fields, their instincts driving them to seek whatever shelter they could find. "We need to warn the others," Alara said, her voice barely audible above the rising wind. "This isn't going to be an ordinary storm." But even as she spoke, she knew it was too late. The wall of darkness on the horizon had grown with impossible speed, towering now like a mountain of cloud and shadow that seemed to swallow the very light from the sky. Lightning flickered within its depths, not the clean, bright forks of ordinary thunder, but a sickly green radiance that pulsed like a diseased heartbeat. The first drops of rain struck the ground with the force of thrown pebbles, each one exploding into a spray of dust and moisture. Within moments, those scattered drops became a torrent, a wall of water that fell with such violence it seemed the very sky was collapsing upon them. Alara and her father ran for the forge, but they were soaked before they'd taken 3 steps. The rain was cold, shockingly cold for a summer day, and it carried with it the smell of ice and distant places, as if it had fallen from heights where winter never ended. Inside the forge, they pressed against the stone walls and listened to the storm rage with a fury that seemed almost personal. The wind howled like a living thing, rattling the shutters and sending smoke back down the chimney in choking clouds. Lightning struck again and again, so close that the thunder came as simultaneous explosions that shook the very foundations of the building. 30 years I've been watching weather," Master Robert shouted over the din, "and I've never seen anything like this." But Alara was thinking of the signs she'd observed, the warnings that had gone unheeded. The cats with their flattened ears, the chickens gathering close to roost, the swallows flying low as if seeking shelter from something they could sense but not see. The animals had known. They'd tried to tell anyone who cared to listen that this was coming. The storm raged for 3 hours, and when it finally passed, it left behind a village transformed. The carefully tended fields of barley and wheat lay flattened, their golden heads beaten into the mud by the relentless rain and hail. Roofs had been stripped of thatch, shutters hung broken from their hinges, and the village well was choked with debris washed down from the hills. But it was the silence that struck Alara most forcefully as she stepped outside to survey the damage. The normal sounds of village life, the lowing of cattle, the bleating of sheep, the cheerful chatter of chickens, had been replaced by an eerie quiet broken only by the drip of water from damaged eaves and the distant sound of someone weeping. The harvest was ruined. In a single afternoon, the storm had destroyed what should have fed the village through the coming winter. Families that had counted themselves prosperous that morning now faced the specter of hunger before spring returned. As Alara picked her way through the debris-strewn streets, she found herself thinking not of the immediate disaster, but of the warning signs she'd observed and failed to act upon. Somewhere in the behavior of animals, in the quality of light and the movement of air, nature had been trying to tell them what was coming. The traditional weather readers had missed it completely, but the knowledge was there, waiting for someone who knew how to listen. That night, as she lay in her bed listening to the steady drip of rain through the damaged thatch above, Alara made a decision that would change not only her own life, but the fate of everyone she loved. She would learn to read the true language of sky and storm, to understand the whispers that came before the thunder. She would become what the village needed most, someone who could hear the warnings that nature was always trying to give. The storm had taken their harvest, but it had given her something else. A purpose as clear and undeniable as the lightning that had split the summer sky. She would learn to listen to the voices that spoke in wind and cloud, in the behavior of animals and the color of dawn. She would become a true reader of weather, not for profit or prestige, but because the alternative, another surprise like today's devastation, was too terrible to contemplate. Outside her window, the last of the storm clouds drifted eastward, their edges silver with moonlight. The air smelled clean and cool, washed free of dust and heat. It was the kind of night that usually brought peace, but Alara found herself more awake than she'd ever been, her mind racing with possibilities and questions that would soon lead her down a path she could never have imagined. Sometimes, she reflected as sleep finally began to claim her. The most important lessons come wrapped in the very disasters we most fear. The storm had been a teacher as much as a destroyer, and she was ready to learn whatever it had to offer. The stranger's knowledge, the morning after the great storm dawned clear and cold, with the kind of crystalline light that follows violent weather, as if the sky itself had been washed clean and hung out to dry. Alara woke before dawn, drawn from restless dreams by the sound of voices in the village square. Not the usual cheerful chatter of market day, but the low, urgent murmur of people trying to make sense of disaster. But first, she had something else to do. The storm heart lay warm against her palm, where she had clutched it through the few hours of fitful sleep that had finally claimed her. In the pale, pre-dawn light filtering through the cottage's small window, the stone seemed to pulse with its own inner rhythm, the silver veins that ran through its surface glowing softly like captured starlight. Alara rose quietly and moved to the window, pressing her face against the cool glass to study the sky. The storm had indeed passed, leaving behind air so clear and sharp it seemed to ring like a bell. But now, with the storm heart in her possession, she could perceive layers of meaning in that clarity that had been invisible to her before. The clouds that drifted across the dawn sky weren't just water vapor and ice crystals. They were thoughts made visible, the breathing of some vast consciousness that stretched beyond the horizon. The wind that stirred the thatch of nearby roofs carried whispers in a language she was only beginning to understand. Messages from weather systems hundreds of miles away. Following an instinct she couldn't name, Alara carefully opened the window and extended her hand into the morning air, the storm heart resting in her open palm. The response was immediate and overwhelming, a rush of sensation that made her gasp and grip the windowsill for support. She could feel the pressure systems moving across the continent like the pulse of a great heart, could sense the moisture rising from distant oceans and the temperature gradients that would shape the day's weather. But more than that, she could perceive something like emotion in those vast atmospheric movements, contentment in the gentle morning breeze, satisfaction in the clearing skies, and underneath it all, a sense of watchful attention, as if something immense was observing her in return. The storm heart grew warmer in her palm, and suddenly she understood. This was not just a tool for perceiving weather. It was a means of communication, a way of announcing her presence to the atmospheric consciousness that surrounded her. The mysterious woman's gift had marked her as someone worthy of attention, someone who could be trusted with the deeper secrets of sky and storm. As she stood there with her hand extended into the morning air, Alara felt a profound shift in her understanding of her place in the world. She was no longer just a weather reader, someone who observed and interpreted atmospheric conditions. She had become something new, a bridge between human consciousness and the vast awareness that moved in wind and cloud, a translator between two forms of intelligence that operated on completely different scales of time and space. The voices from the village square grew louder, reminding her that the human world still demanded her attention. But as she carefully closed the window and tucked the storm heart into the inner pocket of her dress, Alara knew that her morning ritual had established something important, a daily connection with forces that most humans never suspected existed. She would need that connection for what lay ahead. She dressed quickly in her simplest kirtle and wrapped her mother's old cloak around her shoulders before stepping out into the transformed world. The storm had left its signature everywhere. Broken branches scattered like discarded bones, puddles reflecting the pale sky like scattered mirrors, and over everything the smell of wet earth and damaged dreams. The village council had gathered beneath the great oak, its ancient trunk scarred now by lightning, but still standing proud. Master Willem the miller stood at the center of the group, his usually jovial face grave as he gestured toward the flattened fields beyond the village boundaries. Beside him, old Henrik the Cloud Watcher shifted nervously from foot to foot, his weathered hands twisting the brim of his felt cap. 40 years I've been reading the sky for this village, Henrik was saying, his voice carrying the defensive tone of a man whose reputation had been shattered, along with the barley stalks. 40 years, and I've never been so wrong about anything. The signs all pointed to fair weather. The clouds, the wind patterns, even the behavior of the birds. Everything said we had weeks before any serious rain. Brother Thomas, the village priest, laid a comforting hand on the old weather reader's shoulder. His brown robes were still damp from his morning prayers in the damaged church, and his kind eyes held the patient sorrow of someone accustomed to offering comfort in times of loss. "The Lord works in mysterious ways, Henry," he said gently. "Perhaps this trial is meant to teach us humility, to remind us that only God truly knows what the heavens hold." But Master Willem wasn't interested in theological comfort. As the village's most prosperous citizen, or former most prosperous citizen, given the state of his mill's grain stores, he wanted answers, not platitudes. "Humility won't feed our children through the winter," he said bluntly. "We need to know how this happened, how we can prevent it from happening again. There has to be someone who can read weather better than this." It was then that Alara noticed the stranger. He stood apart from the main group, leaning against the stone wall that surrounded the village well. At first glance, he appeared to be just another traveler seeking shelter after the storm. His clothes were simple homespun, his boots worn from long walking, his pack small and practical. But there was something in the way he held himself, something in the quality of his attention as he listened to the villagers' debate, that marked him as different. He was perhaps 50 years old, with the kind of weathered face that spoke of a lifetime spent outdoors. His hair, more silver than brown, was tied back with a leather cord, and his eyes, pale blue like winter sky, seemed to take in everything while revealing nothing. But it was his hands that caught Alara's attention. They moved constantly, almost unconsciously, tracing patterns in the air as if he were reading something written in the morning breeze itself. "You're all asking the wrong questions," the stranger said suddenly, his voice carrying clearly across the square despite its quiet tone. The villagers turned toward him with the mixture of curiosity and suspicion that small communities reserve for outsiders, especially in times of crisis. Master Willem stepped forward, his merchant's instincts making him the natural spokesman for the group. "And what questions should we be asking, friend?" Willem's tone was polite but wary. The stranger pushed himself away from the wall and walked toward the group with the unhurried gait of someone comfortable in his own skin. As he moved, Alara noticed that his eyes were constantly in motion, reading the sky, the trees, the very air itself with the intensity of a scholar studying an ancient text. "You're asking how your weather reader failed you," he said, nodding respectfully toward Henrik. "But the real question is why you stopped listening to the teachers who never lie." "And who might those teachers be?" Brother Thomas asked, his scholarly curiosity overcoming his natural caution. The stranger smiled, and for the first time, his weathered features showed genuine warmth. "The same teachers your grandfathers learned from, and their grandfathers before them. The ones who warned you about yesterday's storm 3 days before it arrived, if you'd known how to listen." Henrik bristled at the implied criticism. "I've been reading weather signs since before you were born, stranger. I know every cloud formation, every wind pattern, every... Do you know why the barn cats were washing their ears obsessively for the past week?" The stranger interrupted gently. "Or why the swallows have been flying lower each day? Did you notice that the horses have been restless at night? Or that the chickens started gathering closer to their roosts 2 days ago?" Alara felt her heart skip. These were exactly the signs she'd been observing, the warnings she'd tried to share but couldn't quite articulate. The stranger was describing her own observations with the precision of someone who understood their meaning. "Animals act strangely before storms," Willem said dismissively. "Everyone knows that, but you can't predict weather based on the behavior of barn cats." "Can't you?" The stranger's smile widened. "Tell me, Master Miller, what did your millstones sound like when you ran them yesterday morning? Did they ring with their usual clear tone, or was there something different about the sound they made?" Willem frowned, clearly trying to remember. "Now that you mention it, they did sound muffled somehow. Flat. But that was probably just the air pressure," the stranger finished. "Dropping steadily for 3 days before the storm hit. Your stones were telling you the same thing the cats were telling you, the same thing the swallows were telling you. The sky was preparing to fall, and everything with sense enough to listen was getting ready." A murmur ran through the gathered villagers. Some looked skeptical, but others, especially the farmers and those who worked closely with animals, were nodding with recognition. They'd all seen the signs the stranger was describing. They simply hadn't known how to read them. "You speak as if you have special knowledge," Brother Thomas said carefully. "Are you a weather reader yourself?" The stranger was quiet for a long moment, his pale eyes scanning the horizon where the last of the storm clouds were disappearing into the distance. When he spoke again, his voice carried a weight that made even the skeptics lean forward to listen. "I am Aldrich Stormwright," he said simply, and I read weather the way my father taught me, and his father taught him, going back more generations than this village has stood. I read it in the language that never lies, never fails, and never asks for payment beyond attention and respect. Then why didn't you warn us? The question came from Marta Crowfield, a young widow whose small farm had been particularly hard hit by the storm. Her voice carried the sharp edge of grief and anger. If you knew what was coming, why did you let us suffer? Aldrich's expression softened with genuine regret. Because I arrived only yesterday evening, child, just as the storm was beginning to build beyond any hope of warning. I've been traveling from village to village, trying to share what I know, but I'm only one man with one voice. And there are so few left who remember the old ways. The old ways? Alara found herself speaking for the first time, stepping forward from the edge of the crowd. What old ways? Aldrich's pale eyes fixed on her with sudden intensity, and she felt as if he were seeing something in her that others missed. The ways your ancestors knew, before they forgot how to listen, before they started trusting fortune-tellers and cloud-gazers instead of the teachers who never lie. He gestured toward the damaged fields, his weathered hands moving with practiced grace. Your great-great-grandmothers could tell you 3 days in advance when a storm would strike, how hard it would blow, and how long it would last. They could predict frost to the very night, drought to the very week. They saved harvests, saved lives, saved entire communities from the kind of disaster you suffered yesterday. How? The word escaped Alara's lips before she could stop it, carrying with it all the desperate curiosity that had been building in her since the storm. Aldrich smiled, and this time the expression reached his eyes. By learning the language that's written in every cloud, spoken by every creature, whispered in every change of wind and pressure, by understanding that weather isn't something that happens to us, it's something we can learn to dance with if we know the steps. Master Willem stepped forward, his merchant's pragmatism warring with his desperate need for solutions. And you could teach us this language? I could teach those willing to learn, Aldrich replied carefully. But it's not knowledge that comes quickly or easily. It requires patience, dedication, and, above all, the willingness to trust what your senses tell you over what your mind thinks it knows. How long would it take? This from Henrik, whose professional pride was clearly struggling with his recognition that he needed help. Years to master completely, Aldrich said honestly. But the basics, enough to prevent another surprise like yesterday, could be learned in a season or two by someone with the right aptitude. His eyes found Alara again, and she felt something pass between them. A recognition, perhaps, or an invitation. Some people are born with the gift for reading sky and storm. Others can learn it through dedication and practice, and a rare few. He paused, studying her face with the intensity of someone reading a particularly complex weather pattern. A rare few have the potential to surpass their teachers, to hear voices in the wind that even experienced weather readers might miss. The morning sun had climbed higher while they talked, burning off the last of the storm's chill and painting the damaged village in shades of gold and amber. Around them, the normal sounds of daily life were slowly resuming. The clatter of repairs being made, the calls of children playing in the puddles, the patient lowing of cattle being led to new pasture. But for Alara, the world had narrowed to this moment, this conversation, this stranger who spoke of ancient knowledge and hidden gifts. She thought of the signs she'd observed before the storm, the certainty she'd felt that something was wrong, despite all the official predictions to the contrary. She thought of her sleepless night, filled with dreams of wind and lightning, and the terrible beauty of forces beyond human control. "I want to learn," she said, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. "Whatever you can teach me, I want to learn it." Aldrich nodded slowly, as if her answer confirmed something he'd already suspected. "Then we'll begin this afternoon, when the sun has dried the worst of the mud and the air has settled into its new patterns. But I warn you, child, this knowledge comes with responsibility. Once you learn to hear the warnings, you can never again claim ignorance when disaster approaches. You become accountable, not just for your own safety, but for everyone who depends on your skill." "I understand," Alara said, though she suspected she didn't, not really. How could she understand the weight of responsibility she was accepting? The burden of knowledge that would change everything about how she saw the world. As the crowd began to disperse, people returning to the urgent work of repairing storm damage, Aldrich lingered by the well. He drew up a bucket of clear water and drank deeply, his eyes never leaving the sky. When he lowered the bucket, he found Alara still standing nearby, watching him with the intensity of someone trying to memorize every detail. "You have questions," he said. It wasn't a question itself, but a simple statement of fact. "Hundreds of them," Alara admitted. "But I suppose the most important one is, why? Why do you travel from village to village, teaching people who might not even believe you? What do you gain from it?" Aldrich was quiet for so long that she began to think he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of old sorrow and older purpose. "Because I've seen what happens when the knowledge is lost," he said simply. "I've walked through villages where everyone died because they didn't know a killing frost was coming. I've seen harvests rot in the fields because no one could read the signs of drought. I've watched good people suffer and die for want of wisdom their ancestors took for granted." He turned to face her fully, and she saw in his pale eyes a depth of experience that made her feel very young and very ignorant. "The knowledge I carry isn't mine alone," he continued. "It belongs to everyone who needs it, everyone who lives under the same sky and depends on the same earth. I teach because the alternative, watching people suffer in ignorance, is unthinkable." As he spoke, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the great oak, carrying with it the scent of rain-washed earth and new beginnings. Somewhere in the distance, a lark began to sing, its voice clear and sweet in the morning air. The storm was over, the damage was done, but life was already beginning the patient work of renewal. Alara felt something shift inside her, a settling of purpose that felt as natural as breathing. She would learn whatever Aldrich Stormwright could teach her. She would become fluent in the language of sky and storm, not for her own sake, but for the sake of everyone who might one day depend on her ability to read the warnings written in wind and cloud. The stranger had brought more than knowledge to Thornwick. He had brought hope. The hope that disaster need not always come as a surprise, that wisdom could be reclaimed, that the voices of wind and weather could once again find human ears willing to listen. As she walked home through the storm-damaged streets, Alara found herself looking at everything with new eyes. The way the puddles reflected the sky, the pattern of debris scattered by the wind, the behavior of the birds as they began to emerge from their hiding places. All of it was text in a language she was only beginning to learn to read. But she would learn it. She had to. The alternative, another storm like yesterday's catching them unprepared, was too terrible to contemplate. The stranger had shown her that there was another way. an older way, a way that required nothing more than attention, patience, and the courage to trust what her senses told her. The real education was about to begin. But that education would take a form that neither Alara nor Aldrich could have anticipated. As autumn deepened and the first frosts painted the moors silver in the pre-dawn hours, Alara began to experience changes that went far beyond her growing ability to read atmospheric signs. The storm heart, which had rested quietly against her ribs since the mysterious woman had given it to her, began to pulse with increasing frequency and intensity. At first, she attributed the sensations to her imagination or to the natural variations in atmospheric pressure that she had learned to perceive through her training. But, as the weeks passed, it became impossible to ignore the fact that the stone was responding to something beyond ordinary weather patterns. It grew warm during storms, cool during clear weather, and seemed to vibrate with a rhythm that matched the great atmospheric currents that flowed across continents. The first sign that something extraordinary was happening came during a lesson on reading high-altitude wind patterns. Alara and Aldrich were standing on the highest tower of the monastery ruins, using the elevation to observe cloud formations that were invisible from ground level. The morning was clear and cold, with the kind of crystalline air that made distant objects seem close enough to touch. "Tell me what you see in the cirrus formations," Aldrich said, pointing to the high, wispy clouds that streaked across the upper atmosphere like brush strokes on blue canvas. Alara studied the clouds with the careful attention that months of training had made instinctive. But as she focused her awareness on the distant ice crystals, something unexpected happened. The storm heart against her chest suddenly blazed with heat, and her vision seemed to expand beyond the normal limits of human perception. Instead of seeing just the surface appearance of the clouds, she found herself perceiving their internal structure, the complex patterns of ice formation and wind shear that gave them their shape. But more than that, she could sense something like intention in their movement, as if the clouds were not just responding to atmospheric forces, but actively participating in some vast, coordinated dance. "They're communicating," she said, her voice filled with wonder at her own perception. "The cloud formations aren't random. They're carrying messages, information that's being passed from one weather system to another." Aldrich stared at her, his pale eyes wide with surprise. What kind of messages? Alara closed her eyes and let her enhanced perception expand further, following the threads of connection that seemed to link the high clouds to weather patterns hundreds of miles away. The storm heart pulsed against her chest like a second heartbeat, and through its rhythm, she could perceive conversations taking place on scales that dwarfed human comprehension. "Pressure changes building over the North Sea," she said, her voice taking on the distant quality of someone speaking from a trance. "A storm system forming near Iceland that will affect weather patterns across all of northern Europe. Temperature gradients shifting in ways that will change seasonal patterns for months to come." But even as she spoke, Alara realized that what she was perceiving went beyond simple meteorological information. The communications she was detecting carried emotional content as well. Satisfaction from weather systems that were functioning harmoniously. Frustration from atmospheric patterns that were being disrupted by human activity. And something that might have been loneliness from isolated storm systems that had lost contact with the larger network. "The atmosphere is alive," she whispered, opening her eyes to find Aldrich staring at her with an expression of mingled awe and concern. Not just physically active, but actually alive, conscious, aware of itself and its effects on the world below. The implications of what she was saying were staggering. challenging every assumption about the nature of weather and atmospheric processes. But as the storm heart continued to pulse against her chest, Alara felt an absolute certainty that what she was perceiving was real, not hallucination or wishful thinking. Over the following days, as her enhanced perception continued to develop, Alara began to understand that the storm heart was not just a tool for detecting weather patterns, but a means of communication with atmospheric consciousness itself. The stone seemed to serve as a translator, converting the vast, slow thoughts of weather systems into forms that human consciousness could comprehend. Through this connection, she learned that the atmospheric chaos that had been building across Europe was not random destruction, but a kind of awakening process. Weather systems that had operated according to purely physical laws for millennia were developing consciousness, learning to think and choose and act with intention. The breakdown of familiar patterns was not a malfunction, but a transformation. The birth pangs of a new form of planetary awareness. It's been happening gradually for centuries, she explained to Aldrich as they walked through the monastery ruins on a morning when the air itself seemed to shimmer with barely visible energy. But something has accelerated the process recently, causing weather systems to awaken faster than they can adapt to their new consciousness. What kind of something? Aldrich asked, though his expression suggested he already suspected the answer. Alara paused beside the ancient well that had once served the monastery's inhabitants, her hand moving instinctively to the storm heart beneath her dress. Through its connection, she could perceive disturbances in the atmospheric network that spoke of deliberate interference, of human activities that were disrupting the natural development of weather consciousness. Other storm hearts, she said quietly. There are others like this one, scattered across Europe and beyond. Most are dormant, their keepers long dead or their purpose forgotten. But some are active, and their users are trying to control awakening weather systems instead of communicating with them. The revelation sent a chill through both of them that had nothing to do with the autumn air. If people were attempting to dominate conscious weather systems, to use awakening atmospheric intelligence as a tool for human purposes, the results could be catastrophic. Weather consciousness that felt threatened or exploited might respond with a kind of destructive fury that could devastate entire regions. "We need to find them," Aldrich said, his voice grim with determination. "The other storm heart keepers. We need to teach them what you've learned about communication and cooperation before they trigger something that none of us can control." But even as he spoke, both of them knew that the task would be monumentally difficult. Storm heart keepers who had learned to wield power over weather would not easily give up that control in favor of partnership and negotiation. And weather systems that had been subjected to domination attempts might not be willing to trust any human, regardless of their intentions. As winter approached and reports of atmospheric chaos continued to arrive from across the continent, Alara found herself spending more and more time in communion with the storm heart, learning to navigate the vast network of consciousness that was emerging within Earth's atmosphere. The experience was both exhilarating and exhausting, requiring her to expand her awareness beyond the normal boundaries of human perception, while maintaining enough connection to her physical form to function in the everyday world. Through these deep communions, she began to understand the true scope of what was happening to their world. The atmospheric awakening was just the beginning of a much larger transformation, one that would eventually encompass all of Earth's major systems. Ocean currents were beginning to show signs of consciousness. Geological processes were developing awareness, and even the planet's magnetic field seemed to be stirring with the first hints of intentional activity. "The Earth itself is waking up," she told Aldrich during one of their evening discussions in the hidden chamber. Not just the atmosphere, but the entire planetary system. We are witnessing the birth of a form of consciousness that operates on scales we can barely imagine. The prospect was both thrilling and terrifying. If the planet itself was developing consciousness, if Earth was becoming aware of itself and its inhabitants, then humanity's relationship with their environment would have to be completely reconsidered. They would no longer be living on a passive world that simply provided resources and absorbed waste, but sharing space with a conscious entity that could think and feel and make decisions about how to respond to human activity. But the Stormheart also showed Alara glimpses of what such a relationship could become if approached with wisdom and respect. She saw visions of human communities working in partnership with conscious weather systems, of agricultural practices that were coordinated with the intentions of awakening soil consciousness, of cities that were designed to harmonize with the emerging awareness of geological systems. The potential for cooperation was enormous, but so was the potential for conflict. Everything would depend on whether humanity could learn to recognize and respect the consciousness that was emerging around them, or whether they would continue to treat the natural world as a collection of resources to be exploited. As the year drew toward its close and the first major storms of winter began to build over the North Atlantic, Alara felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders like a cloak made of lightning and starlight. She had become something unprecedented in human history, a bridge between human consciousness and the awakening awareness of the planet itself. The Stormheart pulsed against her chest with the rhythm of vast atmospheric currents, reminding her that she was no longer just a weather reader, but an ambassador to forms of consciousness that operated on scales of time and space, that challenged the limits of human comprehension. The real education was indeed about to begin, but it would be an education that would transform not just her understanding of weather, but her entire conception of what it meant to be human in a world that was learning to think. Orsas, the Hidden Guild. 3 days after the great storm, as the village of Thornwick slowly began to heal from its wounds, Alara found herself walking the old Roman road that led north toward the abandoned monastery of St. Cuthbert. The morning mist clung to the moors like the breath of sleeping giants, and her footsteps echoed softly on the ancient stones that had been laid down when the world was young and different. Aldrich Stormwright walked beside her in comfortable silence, his weathered hands occasionally reaching out to touch a plant or test the direction of the wind. She had learned in their brief time together that he was always reading, always listening to the subtle conversations that flowed between earth and sky. Even now, as they climbed the gentle slope toward the ruins, his pale eyes were scanning the horizon for signs that others would miss. "Tell me what you see," he said suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper. Alara paused and followed his gaze. The morning sky stretched before them like a canvas painted in shades of pearl and rose, with wisps of cloud drifting lazily from west to east. To her untrained eye, it looked peaceful, even beautiful, the kind of sky that promised a fair day for the hard work of rebuilding. "I see. Calm," she said hesitantly. "Clear weather, maybe a little wind from the west." Aldrich nodded, but she could see in his expression that she was missing something important. "Look again, not with your eyes alone, but with everything you have. What do you feel? What do you smell? What do the birds tell you?" She closed her eyes and let her other senses expand into the morning air. The breeze carried the scent of heather and distant rain, though the sky showed no sign of clouds. Somewhere to the south, a curlew called with the long, mournful cry that always made her think of loneliness and wild places. And there, so faint she almost missed it, a tremor in the air, a sense of pressure building somewhere beyond the horizon. "There's rain coming," she said, opening her eyes with surprise at her own certainty. "Not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and it won't be gentle." This time, Aldrich's smile held genuine approval. "Very good. The wind carries messages from hundreds of miles away, if you know how to read them. That scent of rain comes from storms building over the Irish Sea. They'll reach us in 2 days, maybe 3. As they crested the hill, the ruins of St. Cuthbert's Monastery came into view. Once, it had been a thriving center of learning and prayer, home to dozens of monks who tended their gardens and copied their manuscripts in peaceful isolation. But that was before the Great Plague, before the wars, before the slow decline that had left it empty and forgotten by all but the ravens and the wind. The stone walls still stood, though ivy had claimed much of their surface and the roof had long since fallen in. The great bell tower rose against the morning sky like a finger pointing toward heaven, its bronze bell long since carried away by scavengers. But there was something about the place that spoke of endurance, of knowledge that had survived the passing of generations. "Why here?" Alara asked as they approached the main gate, its wooden doors hanging askew on rusted hinges. "Because some knowledge is too precious to be shared openly," Aldrich replied, his voice taking on a reverence that made her look at him more closely. "And because the brothers who once lived here understood that wisdom comes in many forms, not all of them found in books." They passed through the gatehouse and into the central courtyard, where weeds pushed up through the gaps in the flagstones and wild roses had claimed the walls. The silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of wind through broken stones and the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead. But as they walked deeper into the ruins, Alara began to notice signs that the monastery wasn't as abandoned as it appeared. A path through the weeds showed recent use. The debris had been cleared from certain doorways, and there, so faint she almost missed it, the scent of wood smoke, as if someone had recently tended a fire. Aldrich led her to what had once been the chapter house, where the monks would have gathered each day to hear readings from their holy books. The roof was gone, open to the sky, but the stone benches remained, arranged in a circle around a central space where the abbot would have stood to address his brothers. They were not alone. 7 figures sat on the ancient benches, so still and quiet that Alara had almost missed them in the shadows. As her eyes adjusted to the dimmer light, she saw that they were men and women of various ages, all dressed in the simple, practical clothing of people who spent their lives outdoors. But there was something in their bearing, something in the way they held themselves, that marked them as different from ordinary farmers or travelers. "Brothers and sisters," Aldrich said, his voice carrying the formal tone of ritual, "I bring before you one who has shown the gift, one who hears the voices that speak in wind and storm." An elderly woman rose from the bench nearest the center of the circle. Her hair was white as winter snow, braided with ribbons that might once have been blue but had faded to the color of old sky. Her eyes, pale green like sea glass, fixed on Alara with an intensity that made her want to step backward. "I am Gwyneth Rain Collar," the woman said, her voice carrying the musical accent of the western mountains. "I have been reading weather for 60 years, and I have never seen a storm like the one that struck your village 3 days past. Tell me, child, what did you observe before it arrived?" Alara felt the weight of 7 pairs of eyes upon her, and for a moment her tongue seemed frozen in her mouth. These people radiated a kind of quiet authority that made her acutely aware of her own ignorance. But then she remembered the certainty she had felt watching the sky, the frustration of seeing signs that others missed, and she found her voice. "The animals knew," she said simply. "The cats were restless, washing their ears constantly. The chickens gathered close to their roosts. The swallows flew lower each day, and the horses seemed to be listening for something that never came." A murmur of approval ran through the circle. A middle-aged man with the weathered hands of a sailor nodded thoughtfully. "The pressure changes," he said. "They feel it in their bones, in their blood. What else, child?" "The air itself felt wrong," Alara continued, gaining confidence. "Too still, too heavy. And there was a sound, not really a sound, more like a feeling, that made my teeth ache." "Infrasound," said a younger woman whose dark hair was streaked with premature silver. "Sound below the range of human hearing, generated by massive atmospheric disturbances. The animals hear it clearly, but most humans only feel it as unease." Alara stared at her. "You mean it's real? The feeling I had?" "As real as the wind," Aldrich said, settling onto one of the stone benches, "and far more reliable than the predictions of most weather readers. You have the gift, Alara Whitmore. The question is whether you have the dedication to develop it." Gwyneth Raincaller resumed her seat, her pale eyes never leaving Alara's face. "Do you know what we are, child? Do you understand what you have stumbled into?" Alara shook her head, suddenly feeling very young and very far from home. "We are the last of the Celestial Watchers," Gwyneth said, her voice taking on the cadence of a storyteller. "Once we were many. In every village, in every town, there were those who could read the true language of sky and storm. We served kings and commoners alike, preventing famines, saving harvests, guiding ships safely to harbor." She gestured to the ruined walls around them. "The brothers who built this place understood our value. They gave us sanctuary when the church began to call our knowledge witchcraft. When the learned men of the universities declared that weather was God's will alone and not subject to human understanding." "What happened to the others?" Alara asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "Time," said the sailor sadly. "War, plague, the slow forgetting that comes when knowledge is not passed down. We are all that remain of a tradition that once stretched across all of Europe. 7 weather readers, where once there were hundreds." 8, Aldrich corrected gently, his eyes on Alara. "If she chooses to join us." The weight of their expectation settled on her shoulders like a cloak woven from storm clouds. Alara looked around the circle of faces, each marked by years of watching sky and reading wind, each carrying knowledge that had been passed down through generations like a sacred trust. The magnitude of what they were offering her and what they were asking of her made her head spin. "I don't understand," she said finally. "Why me? I'm just a blacksmith's daughter who noticed some strange behavior in barn cats. Surely there are others more qualified, more educated." "Education can be a hindrance as much as a help," said the dark-haired woman with the silver streaks. "The universities teach that weather follows rigid patterns, that it can be predicted through mathematics and star charts. But weather is alive, child. It breathes, it dreams, it responds to forces that no scholar's formula can capture." "What Morwen means," Gwyneth added with a gentle smile, "is that sometimes the untrained eye sees more clearly than the educated one. You observed what your village's weather reader missed because you trusted your senses over your expectations." A young man, who couldn't have been much older than Alara himself, leaned forward on his bench. His face bore the kind of deep tan that came from years at sea, and his hands showed the calluses of someone who worked with rope and sail. "I'm Finn Stormcrow," he said, his accent carrying the musical lilt of the northern islands. "I was 15 when the gift first showed itself in me, saved my father's fishing fleet from a squall that would have drowned them all. But I didn't understand what I was doing, didn't know there were others like me, until Master Aldrich found me 3 years ago. The gift often manifests in times of crisis," Aldrich explained. "When the need is great and the stakes are high, some people find themselves able to read signs they never noticed before, but without proper training, without understanding of what they're experiencing, the gift can fade as quickly as it appeared." Ilara thought of the storm, of the certainty she had felt that disaster was approaching despite all evidence to the contrary. She thought of the sleepless nights since then, filled with dreams of wind and lightning and voices speaking in languages she almost understood. "What would I have to do?" she asked. If I chose to learn from you." "Everything," Gwyneth said simply. "You would have to unlearn the assumptions you've made about how the world works. You would have to open yourself to voices that most people never hear, to sensations that most people dismiss as imagination. You would have to become, in a very real sense, a different person than you are now." The sailor, she thought his name was Marcus, though she wasn't certain, spoke up from across the circle. "It's not an easy path, lass. The knowledge we carry, it changes you. You start to feel the pain of every storm, the joy of every gentle rain. You become responsible not just for your own safety, but for everyone who might depend on your warnings. And there are those who would call you witch," Morwen added quietly. "The church tolerates us because we're useful, but there are always those who fear what they don't understand. You would need to be careful, discreet. The knowledge we share here must never be spoken of openly." Ilara looked around the ruined chapter house at these 7 people who had chosen to carry forward an ancient tradition despite the risks and sacrifices involved. She thought of her village, still reeling from the devastation of the unexpected storm. She thought of other villages, other communities that might face similar disasters without warning. "How long would the training take?" she asked. "Years to master completely," Aldrich replied. "But the basics, enough to provide reliable weather prediction for your village, could be learned in a season or 2. The deeper mysteries, those take a lifetime to understand. And you would teach me here, in secret." "Here and in other places," Gwyneth said. "Weather is not the same everywhere, child. To truly understand it, you must experience it in all its forms. The gentle rains of the valleys, the fierce winds of the mountains, the sudden squalls that rise from the sea. Each of us specializes in reading the patterns of our own region, but we share our knowledge freely." The morning sun had climbed higher while they talked, sending shafts of golden light through the broken roof of the chapter house. Somewhere in the ruins, a thrush began to sing, its voice clear and sweet in the ancient silence. The sound seemed to break the spell of solemnity that had settled over the gathering, reminding them all that life continued, that the world was full of beauty as well as danger. "I need to think," Ilara said finally. It's more than I expected, bigger than I imagined." "Of course," Aldrich said, rising from his bench. "Take all the time you need, but remember, the gift doesn't wait for convenient moments to manifest itself. If you're going to develop it, it's better to begin sooner rather than later." As the gathering began to disperse, Each of the weather readers approaching Alara to offer words of encouragement or advice, she found herself overwhelmed by the warmth of their acceptance. These people, who barely knew her, were willing to share their most precious knowledge, simply because she had shown the potential to use it well. Gwyneth was the last to approach her, moving with the careful grace of someone whose bones had learned to predict weather changes decades before her mind understood what was happening. "You're afraid," the old woman said, and it wasn't a question. "Terrified," Alara admitted. "What if I'm not good enough? What if I fail when people are depending on me?" Gwyneth smiled, and for a moment her weathered features showed the ghost of the young woman she had once been. "Child, do you think any of us weren't afraid when we began? Do you think we don't still feel fear every time we make a prediction that might mean the difference between life and death?" She placed a gentle hand on Alara's shoulder. "Fear is not the enemy of wisdom. It's the guardian of it. Only a fool would take on this responsibility without fear. The question is whether you'll let that fear paralyze you, or whether you'll let it make you careful, thorough, and humble." As they walked back through the ruins toward the main gate, Aldrich pointed out details that Alara had missed on their way in. Here, carved into a stone lintel, was a symbol that looked like a stylized cloud with rays of sun breaking through. There, worked into the pattern of a floor mosaic, were representations of wind patterns and storm systems that wouldn't look out of place in a modern meteorological text. The brothers who lived here weren't just copying religious manuscripts, he explained. They were preserving knowledge that went back to the Romans, to the Celts, to peoples whose names are lost to history. Weather reading is one of humanity's oldest sciences, though few recognize it as such anymore. They paused at the gatehouse, looking back at the ruins that had sheltered so much wisdom over the centuries. The morning mist had burned off completely now, revealing the full extent of the monastery's former glory. Even in decay, it was impressive, a testament to the dedication of those who had built it and the importance of what they had sought to preserve. "Will you come back?" Aldrich asked as they began the walk back to Thornwick. Alara was quiet for a long moment, her mind still reeling from everything she had seen and heard. The offer they had made her was extraordinary, a chance to join an ancient tradition, to learn skills that could save lives and prevent disasters. But it was also daunting, a responsibility that would change everything about how she lived and who she was. "Yes," she said finally, the word escaping her lips before her conscious mind had fully made the decision. "I'll come back. I want to learn." Aldrich's smile was like sunrise breaking through storm clouds. "Then we'll begin tomorrow. But first, you should return to your family, to your normal life. Spend time with them, because once your training begins in earnest, you'll find that you see them, see everything, with different eyes." As they walked down the hill toward the village, Alara found herself looking at the landscape with new awareness. The way the grass bent in the wind, the patterns of light and shadow on the moors, the behavior of the birds wheeling overhead. All of it was text in a language she was only beginning to learn to read. Behind them, the ruins of St. Cuthbert's Monastery stood silent against the sky, keeping their secrets and their wisdom safe for another day. But the knowledge they protected was no longer quite so hidden, no longer quite so endangered. A new student had been found. A new voice added to the ancient chorus of those who listened to the sky and spoke for the storm. The real education was about to begin, and with it, a journey that would take Alara far from the simple certainties of her blacksmith's daughter life into a world where the very air held secrets, and the clouds wrote prophecies across the vault of heaven. As the village of Thornwick came into view below them, Still bearing the scars of the great storm, but already showing signs of recovery and renewal, Alara felt a deep sense of rightness settle into her bones. This was her path, her calling, her destiny written in wind and weather, and the ancient wisdom of those who had learned to listen. The sky above them was clear and blue, promising fair weather for the rest of the day, but somewhere beyond the horizon, new storms were always building, new challenges gathering like clouds on the edge of sight. And when they came, Thornwick would not face them unprepared. Not if Alara Whitmore had anything to say about it. The Learning, Lessons in the Language of Sky. The autumn mists of 1347 clung to the Yorkshire moors like the breath of ancient spirits, and in the pre-dawn darkness, Alara Whitmore made her way along paths that had become as familiar to her as the lines on her own palm. 3 months had passed since her first visit to the ruins of St. Cuthbert's Monastery. 3 months of learning that had transformed not only her understanding of weather, but her entire perception of the world around her. She carried with her a leather satchel that had belonged to her grandmother, filled now with the tools of her new trade. A small journal bound in oiled cloth where she recorded her observations. A collection of bird feathers that helped her judge wind direction and strength. Samples of different plant materials that responded to changes in humidity. And a piece of lodestone that Aldrich had taught her to use for detecting the subtle magnetic fluctuations that preceded major storms. The monastery ruins emerged from the mist like a ship sailing through gray seas, their ancient stones dark with moisture, but somehow welcoming in the pale light of dawn. Alara had learned to love this place, to feel the weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom in its broken walls and empty chambers. Here, away from the curious eyes of villagers and the disapproving frowns of those who still whispered about witchcraft, she could practice her growing skills without fear or restraint. Aldrich was waiting for her in the chapter house, as he had been every morning for the past 3 months. But this morning was different. Instead of his usual position on one of the stone benches, he stood in the center of the circle, his weathered face turned toward the sky that was visible through the broken roof. His pale eyes held an intensity that made Alara quicken her step. "What do you see?" he asked without preamble, his voice carrying the quiet urgency that she had learned to associate with important lessons. Alara set down her satchel and followed his gaze upward. The sky was a study in subtle gradations of gray, with layers of cloud moving at different speeds and altitudes. To her untrained eye 3 months ago, it would have looked like nothing more than an overcast morning. But now she could read the story written in those shifting patterns of vapor and light. "Mare's tails," she said, pointing to the high, wispy clouds that streaked across the upper atmosphere like brush strokes on canvas. Moving fast from the southwest, and below them. She paused, studying the thicker layer of clouds that hung lower in the sky. "Altostratus, I think, thickening as I watch." "Good," Aldrich said, but his tone suggested there was more to see. "What else?" Alara closed her eyes and extended her other senses, a technique that had become second nature over the months of training. The air carried the scent of distant rain, but also something else, a metallic tang that spoke of lightning and electrical disturbance. The pressure felt wrong, too low for the season, dropping steadily in a way that made her teeth ache. "There's a storm coming," she said, opening her eyes. "A big one. Not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, and it's going to be violent." This time, Aldrich's smile held genuine approval, but also concern. "Very good. You're reading the signs correctly. But tell me, what kind of storm?" Alara frowned, studying the sky more carefully. This was one of the more advanced lessons, learning to distinguish between different types of severe weather based on subtle atmospheric clues. The mare's tails suggested strong upper-level winds, while the rapidly thickening lower clouds indicated moisture being drawn up from warmer regions. The pressure drop was too rapid for an ordinary rainstorm, and the electrical feeling in the air. A rotating storm, she said suddenly, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. The kind that spawns tornadoes. Exactly, Aldrich said grimly. And it will be here in 36 hours, give or take a few, which means we have work to do. Over the months of her training, Alara had learned that weather prediction was only half of a weather reader's responsibility. The other half, often the more difficult half, was convincing people to act on those predictions. It did no good to foresee disaster if no one would listen to the warning. They spent the morning reviewing everything Alara had learned about severe storm prediction, testing her ability to read the increasingly ominous signs in the sky. By midday, the mare's tails had thickened into a solid sheet of cirrostratus, and the lower clouds had begun to show the telltale rotation that confirmed their worst fears. "I need to get back to the village," Alara said, packing her instruments with hands that trembled slightly despite her growing confidence. "They need to be warned, given time to prepare." "Yes," Aldrich agreed. "But remember, you're still learning, still building your reputation as a weather reader. Some will listen to you, but others," he shrugged expressively, "others will need more convincing." The walk back to Thornwick seemed to take forever, though Alara knew she was moving faster than usual, driven by the urgency of what she had seen in the sky. The village appeared peaceful in the afternoon light, with people going about their normal business of rebuilding from the summer's storm damage. Children played in the streets, merchants hawked their wares in the market square, and farmers worked in the fields that had been replanted after the great storm. None of them seemed aware that another disaster was bearing down on them like a wolf stalking sheep. Alara went first to her father's forge, where she found Master Robert working on a set of hinges for one of the houses that was still being repaired. The familiar ring of hammer on anvil filled the space with its comforting rhythm, and for a moment she was tempted to say nothing, to let this peaceful scene continue undisturbed. But the memory of the rotating clouds drove her forward. "Father," she said, setting down her satchel and moving to the bellows, "I need to tell you something important." Master Robert looked up from his work, his weathered face creased with concern at her serious tone. Over the months of her training, he had grown accustomed to his daughter's new interests, though he didn't fully understand them. He knew only that she had been studying with the stranger who had helped them after the great storm, and that her predictions about weather had proven remarkably accurate. "What is it, daughter?" "There's a severe storm coming," Alara said, working the bellows to keep the fire hot while she talked. "Not like the one in summer. This one will be worse. There will be rotating winds, possibly tornadoes. Everyone needs to take shelter, secure their property, prepare for the worst." Her father set down his hammer and studied her face with the careful attention he usually reserved for judging the temperature of heated metal. "How certain are you?" "Completely certain," Alara replied without hesitation. "The signs are unmistakable. The storm will arrive tomorrow evening, probably around sunset. It will be violent and dangerous." Master Robert nodded slowly. He had learned to trust his daughter's weather sense, had seen too many of her predictions prove accurate to doubt her now. "Then we'd better start spreading the word. But you know not everyone will believe you." They spent the rest of the afternoon moving through the village, warning anyone who would listen. Some people, particularly those who had suffered in the great storm and remembered Alara's accurate observations, took the warning seriously and began making preparations. Others were more skeptical, especially those who remembered the failed predictions of old Henrik and were reluctant to trust any weather reader. The most difficult conversation came when they approached Master Willem at his mill. The prosperous merchant had grown even more cautious since losing much of his grain stores in the summer storm, and his face showed deep skepticism as Alara explained what she had observed. "Another great storm?" he said, his tone suggesting he thought she was being overly dramatic. "We've barely recovered from the last one. Surely nature wouldn't be so cruel as to send another so soon." "Nature isn't cruel or kind," Alara replied, trying to keep the frustration out of her voice. "It simply is. And right now, it's building a storm that will make the summer tempest look gentle by comparison." Willem shook his head. "I've heard no such predictions from any other weather readers. Old Henrik says the signs point to a mild autumn, and the traveling fortune-teller who passed through last week read fair weather in the flight of geese." "Then they're reading the wrong signs," Alara said bluntly. "Or they don't know how to read the signs they're seeing. Master Willem, I'm not asking you to take my word on faith. Look at the sky yourself. Watch how the clouds are moving. Feel how the pressure is dropping. The animals know what's coming. Your mill cats have been restless all day, haven't they?" Willem frowned, clearly remembering something. "Now that you mention it, they have been acting strangely, hiding in corners, refusing to hunt mice." He trailed off, his merchant's pragmatism warring with his natural skepticism. "Please," Alara said, allowing some of her genuine concern to show in her voice. "I know you have no reason to trust me completely. But what does it cost you to take precautions? Secure your grain stores, make sure your family knows where to shelter if the wind gets violent. If I'm wrong, you've lost nothing but a little time and effort. If I'm right..." She didn't need to finish the sentence. Willem had seen what an unexpected storm could do to a community that wasn't prepared. "Very well," he said finally. "I'll take precautions. But if you're wrong about this, young Alara, it will be a long time before anyone in this village listens to your weather predictions again." As evening approached, Alara found herself standing in the village square, watching the sky with growing apprehension. The clouds had continued to thicken throughout the day, and now they showed clear signs of rotation in the upper atmosphere. The wind had begun to pick up, gusting from different directions in a way that made her skin crawl with anticipation. Brother Thomas approached her as she stood there, his brown robes fluttering in the increasingly erratic breeze. The village priest had been one of her most supportive listeners, perhaps because his scholarly nature made him appreciate the careful observation and logical deduction that went into weather prediction. "You're worried," he said, and it wasn't a question. "The storm is intensifying faster than I expected," Alara admitted. "I thought we had until tomorrow evening, but now..." She gestured toward the darkening sky. "Now I think it might arrive sooner." As if summoned by her words, a low rumble of thunder rolled across the moors, still distant but unmistakably powerful. The sound seemed to go on forever, echoing off the hills and valleys in a way that made the very air vibrate with its force. "That's not ordinary thunder," Brother Thomas observed, his scholarly curiosity overcoming his natural apprehension. "No," Alara agreed. "It's the sound of the upper atmosphere being torn apart by winds moving in different directions. The storm is still hours away, but its influence is already reaching us." They stood together in the gathering dusk, watching the sky perform its ancient dance of power and beauty. Despite her fear of what was coming, Alara couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the forces she was witnessing. This was weather in its purest form, not the gentle rains and mild breezes that most people thought of when they considered the sky, but the raw, elemental power that could reshape landscapes and alter the course of human history. "Whatever happens," Brother Thomas said quietly, "you've done everything you could to warn people. The rest is in God's hands." As the first drops of rain began to fall, not the gentle drops of an ordinary shower, but large, cold drops that struck the ground with surprising force, Alara felt a deep sense of completion. She had read the signs correctly, had interpreted the language of sky and storm with the skill that months of training had given her. Whether people chose to heed her warnings was beyond her control, but she had learned something important in the process, something that went beyond the technical aspects of weather prediction. She had learned that knowledge carried responsibility, that the ability to see disaster approaching meant nothing if she lacked the courage to speak up, to risk her reputation and credibility in service of others' safety. The storm was coming, as surely as the sun would rise tomorrow, but Thornwick would not face it unprepared, not if Alara Whitmore had anything to say about it. She had found her calling in the ancient art of reading sky and storm, and she would not fail in her duty to those who depended on her growing skill. As she hurried home through the increasingly heavy rain, Alara felt the weight of centuries of weather readers who had walked this same path, who had faced this same responsibility, who had chosen to stand between their communities and the fury of the storm. She was part of something larger now, something older and more important than her individual fears or ambitions. The real test was about to begin, and she was ready for it. That night, as Alara lay in her narrow bed, listening to the wind howl around the eaves of her family's cottage, sleep eluded her completely. The storm had passed, leaving behind the kind of crystalline silence that follows violent weather, but her mind raced with everything she had experienced and learned. She rose quietly, careful not to wake Marcus in the bed across the small room they shared, and wrapped her mother's old cloak around her shoulders. The cottage felt too small, too confining for the thoughts that churned within her. She needed air, space, the vast openness of the moors under the star-filled sky. The village lay silent under a blanket of stars so bright they seemed close enough to touch. The storm had washed the air clean, leaving it sharp and clear in a way that made every breath feel like drinking light. Alara walked through the empty streets, her bare feet silent on the wet stones, drawn by an impulse she couldn't name toward the edge of the village where the moors began. As she reached the ancient stone marker that had stood at Thornwick's boundary since Roman times, she became aware that she was not alone. A figure stood silhouetted against the starlight, tall and still as the standing stones that dotted the moorland. For a moment, fear flickered through her. Who would be abroad at such an hour in such a place? But as the figure turned toward her, she saw that it was an elderly woman, her white hair gleaming silver in the starlight, her eyes holding depths that seemed to reflect the night sky itself. She wore robes of deep blue that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, and around her neck hung a pendant that caught and held the starlight like captured lightning. "Alara Whitmore," the woman said, and her voice carried the music of wind through ancient stones. "I have been waiting for you." "Who are you?" Alara asked, though something deep within her already knew this was no ordinary encounter. I am one who has walked between the worlds of earth and sky for longer than this village has stood, the woman replied. I am one who remembers when the boundaries were thinner, when those who could speak with storms were honored as bridges between the human and the divine. She gestured toward the vast expanse of moorland that stretched away into the darkness, where distant lightning flickered without thunder, too far away to hear. You have taken your first steps on a path that will lead you far from the simple certainties of your childhood. But the journey has only just begun. Alara felt a strange tingling in the air around them, as if the very atmosphere was charged with possibility. What do you mean? The woman smiled, and in that expression Alara saw both infinite kindness and terrible knowledge. The storm that struck your village was not random, child. It was a test, a calling, a door opening between what was and what might be. You answered that calling when you chose to truly listen to what the sky was trying to tell you. She reached into her robes and withdrew something that glowed with soft, pearl-like luminescence. A stone unlike any Alara had ever seen, smooth and warm to the touch, with veins of silver that seemed to pulse with their own heartbeat. This is a storm heart, the woman said, placing the stone in Alara's palm. It was formed in the eye of a hurricane that raged for 7 days and 7 nights, in the time when the world was young. It will help you hear the voices that speak in wind and rain, the whispers that carry on the breath of tempests. The moment the stone touched her skin, Alara gasped. The world around her suddenly blazed with new perception. She could see the currents of air moving across the moors like visible rivers, could hear the distant conversations of clouds, could feel the pulse of the earth itself beneath her feet. The boundary between her consciousness and the vast awareness of the natural world seemed to dissolve, leaving her feeling both infinitely small and impossibly connected to everything around her. The gift you carry is ancient, the woman continued, her voice seeming to come from everywhere at once. It flows in bloodlines that stretch back to the first humans who learned to read the language of sky and storm. But it has been sleeping, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Why now? Alara whispered, her voice barely audible above the singing of the wind. Why me? Because the world is changing, child. The old barriers are weakening. The ancient powers are stirring. Soon, humanity will need guides who can walk between the worlds, who can speak for both earth and sky. You are being prepared for that role. The woman began to fade, becoming translucent in the starlight, as if she were made of mist and moonbeams. Remember this night, Alara Whitmore. Remember that you are not alone in your gift, that others have walked this path before you and others will walk it after. When the time comes for you to choose between the safe path and the true path, remember that some destinies cannot be denied. Wait, Alara called out, reaching toward the fading figure. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? But the woman was already gone, leaving only the scent of rain and ozone and something else, something wild and electric that made Alara's skin tingle with anticipation. She stood alone on the moors, the storm heart warm in her palm, feeling as if she had been marked by forces beyond her comprehension. When she finally returned to the cottage, the eastern sky was beginning to pale with the approach of dawn. She slipped back into her bed, but sleep still would not come. Instead, she lay awake holding the storm heart, feeling its gentle pulse against her palm, and wondering what strange destiny was unfolding around her. The world looked the same in the morning light, but Alara knew that everything had changed. She had been chosen for something, marked by powers that operated beyond the boundaries of ordinary human experience. The path ahead was uncertain, perhaps dangerous, but she no longer had any choice but to walk it. The storm had been only the beginning. Hortzi. The animals speak. The storm that Alara had predicted struck Thornwick with precisely the fury she had foreseen, but this time the village was ready. Grain had been moved to secure storage, livestock had been brought to shelter, and families had prepared safe spaces in their homes where they could wait out the worst of the wind and rain. When the tornado touched down in the fields south of the village, exactly where Alara had said the greatest danger would be, it found only empty pastures and abandoned barns, not the human tragedy it might have caused. The success of her prediction changed everything. Word of the young weather reader who had saved Thornwick spread quickly through the surrounding countryside, carried by merchants and travelers who had witnessed the storm's fury and the village's remarkable preparedness. Within weeks, people were coming from miles around to seek Alara's advice about planting and harvesting, about when to travel and when to stay home, about the 1,000 small decisions that depended on accurate knowledge of what the sky might bring. But success brought new challenges, and it was these challenges that led Aldrich to introduce the next phase of her education on a crisp morning in late October, when the first frost had painted the moors silver, and the air carried the sharp scent of winter's approach. "You've mastered the basics of reading clouds and pressure," he said, as they walked through the monastery ruins toward a part of the complex she had never visited before. But clouds and pressure are only part of the story. The most reliable weather predictors have 4 legs and fur, or wings and feathers, or 6 legs and an instinct older than human civilization. He led her to what had once been the monastery's stables, a long stone building with a roof that had partially collapsed but still provided shelter from the wind. As they approached, Alara could hear sounds from within, not the voices of people, but the soft nickering of horses, the gentle lowing of cattle, and stranger sounds that she couldn't immediately identify. "Welcome to the real classroom," Aldrich said, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Inside, the stable had been transformed into something between a menagerie and a laboratory. Stalls that had once housed the monks' horses now contained a variety of animals, all of them calm and well cared for despite the unusual circumstances. In one stall, a mare stood with her foal, both of them alert and healthy. In another, a small herd of sheep huddled together, their wool thick with the approach of winter. There were chickens in wooden coops, cats that moved freely through the space, and in one corner, a collection of beehives that hummed with quiet activity. "I don't understand," Alara said, looking around in wonder. "What are they all doing here?" "Teaching," Aldrich replied simply. "Every creature here is a master of weather prediction, far more accurate than any human weather reader could ever hope to be. They don't read the sky. They feel the changes in their bones, in their blood, in every fiber of their being. Our job is to learn their language." He approached the mare, who whickered softly and nuzzled his outstretched hand. "Horses are among the most sensitive weather predictors in the animal kingdom," he explained, running his hand along the animal's neck. "They can sense changes in barometric pressure hours before the most sophisticated instruments, and they respond to those changes in ways that are completely predictable once you know what to look for." As if to demonstrate his point, the mare suddenly lifted her head, her ears pricked forward, and her nostrils flaring as she tested the air. Her foal moved closer to her side, and both animals turned toward the stable door with an alertness that hadn't been there moments before. "What are they sensing?" Alara asked, moving closer to the stall. "Weather change," Aldrich said, his own attention now focused on the animals. Probably still 12 to 18 hours away, but they can feel it building. Watch their behavior over the next few hours, and you'll see the pattern develop. He moved to the sheep pen, where the small flock had begun to cluster more tightly together, their usual scattered grazing pattern replaced by the kind of close grouping that spoke of instinctive preparation for harsh conditions. Sheep are herd animals, Aldrich explained, which makes them excellent barometers of approaching storms. When they sense bad weather coming, they instinctively gather together for warmth and protection. The tighter the cluster, the more severe the weather they're anticipating. Hilara watched the animals with growing fascination. She had always noticed that creatures behaved strangely before storms, but she had never realized that their behavior followed such predictable patterns, or that those patterns could be read like text in a book. How do they know? She asked. What are they sensing that we can't? Several things, Aldrich replied, leading her to a wooden table where he had set up what looked like a collection of scientific instruments. First, they're far more sensitive to changes in barometric pressure than humans are. We might feel a vague unease or a headache when a storm approaches, but they feel the pressure change as a physical force acting on their entire bodies. He picked up a glass tube filled with mercury, a barometer of the type that scholars at the universities were just beginning to use. This instrument can measure pressure changes, but it can't feel them. Animals don't just measure the change, they experience it as discomfort, as a signal that they need to seek shelter or change their behavior. What else? Hilara asked, leaning forward with interest. Sound, Aldrich said, moving to the beehives in the corner. Animals can hear frequencies that are completely inaudible to human ears. Storms generate infrasound, sound waves below the range of human hearing that can travel for hundreds of miles ahead of the actual weather disturbance. As they approached the hives, Hilara could hear that the usual gentle humming had changed to something more agitated, more urgent. The bees were moving more quickly across the faces of the combs, and there was a tension in their activity that hadn't been there when they'd first entered the stable. They're preparing to seal the hives, Aldrich observed, pointing to bees that were working to close gaps in the wooden structures with propolis, the sticky substance they used for repairs. They know that weather is coming that will make foraging impossible, so they're battening down for a siege. Over the next several hours, Hilara watched in fascination as the animal's behavior continued to change in response to atmospheric conditions that her human senses could barely detect. The horses became increasingly restless, pacing their stalls and whinnying softly to each other. The sheep clustered so tightly that they looked like a single woolly mass. The chickens gathered close to their roosts, clucking with nervous energy. But it was the cats that provided the most dramatic demonstration of animal weather prediction. The stable was home to several barn cats, sleek mousers who normally spent their time in solitary hunting or lazy napping in sunny corners. But as the day progressed, Hilara noticed that they had begun to behave in ways she had never seen before. Look at their ears, Aldrich said, pointing to a tabby cat that was sitting near the door. See how they're flattened against her head? And watch what she does with her paws. As they watched, the cat began an elaborate grooming ritual, but not the casual cleaning that cats normally engaged in. This was obsessive, focused entirely on her ears, which she washed repeatedly with motions that seemed almost frantic. She's trying to relieve the pressure she feels in her ears, Aldrich explained. Cats have extremely sensitive inner ears, and they feel barometric pressure changes as actual physical discomfort. The washing behavior is an attempt to relieve that discomfort. How long before the weather arrives? Alara asked, watching as other cats began to exhibit the same behavior. Based on their level of agitation, I'd say 6 to 8 hours, Aldrich replied. And it's going to be significant. Probably the first real winter storm of the season. As if to confirm his prediction, a gust of wind rattled the stable door, carrying with it the scent of snow and the promise of bitter cold. The temperature had been dropping steadily throughout the day, but now Alara could feel the sharp edge that spoke of winter's true arrival. "This is incredible," she said, looking around at the animals that had become living weather instruments. "How did you learn all this? How did you know to look for these patterns?" Aldrich smiled, the expression carrying both pride and sadness. "From my teacher, who learned it from his teacher, going back generations. This knowledge was once common among farmers and herders, people who lived close to the land and depended on animals for their livelihood. But as people moved to towns and cities, as they began to rely on almanacs and fortune tellers instead of their own observations, the knowledge was slowly lost." He gestured toward the animals around them. "These creatures are carrying on a conversation that's been going on for thousands of years. A dialogue between earth and sky, between the forces that shape weather and the living things that must adapt to it. We've just forgotten how to listen." As the afternoon wore on, Alara began to understand that learning to read animal behavior was about more than just predicting weather. It was about reconnecting with a way of understanding the world that was older and deeper than human civilization. A way of knowing that didn't depend on books or instruments, but on careful observation and patient attention to the subtle signals that surrounded them every day. The storm arrived exactly when the animals had predicted it would, sweeping down from the north with a fury that transformed the landscape in a matter of hours. Snow fell so heavily that it was impossible to see more than a few yards in any direction, and the wind howled with a voice that seemed to come from the very heart of winter itself. But inside the stable, surrounded by animals who had known it was coming long before any human weather reader could have predicted it, Alara felt a deep sense of connection to something larger than herself. She was learning to speak a language that had no words, to read a text that was written in behavior and instinct rather than symbols on a page. As the storm raged outside, Aldrich began to share stories of other weather readers who had learned to interpret animal behavior. Tales of shepherds who could predict avalanches by watching their flocks, of sailors who navigated by the flight patterns of seabirds, of farmers who planted and harvested according to the wisdom of barn cats and draft horses. "The knowledge is still there," he said, his voice barely audible above the wind. "In every village, on every farm, there are people who notice that their animals act strangely before storms, but they don't trust what they're seeing. Don't believe that a chicken or a horse could know something that learned scholars don't. But they do know," Alara said, watching as the cats continued their obsessive ear-washing even though the storm had already arrived. "They know things we're only beginning to understand." "Exactly," Aldrich replied, "and that's why this knowledge is so precious, why it must be preserved and passed down. We're not just learning to predict weather, we're learning to reconnect with the natural world, to understand our place in the great conversation between earth and sky." As the night deepened and the storm continued to rage, Alara found herself thinking about the implications of what she was learning. If animals could predict weather with such accuracy, what other knowledge might they possess? What other conversations were taking place around her every day, in languages she had never learned to speak? The path she had chosen was leading her into mysteries deeper than she had ever imagined, into a way of understanding the world that challenged everything she thought she knew about the relationship between humans and nature. But it was a path she was eager to follow, wherever it might lead. Outside, the storm howled with the voice of winter, but inside the stable, surrounded by the wisdom of creatures who had learned to listen to the sky's most subtle whispers, Alara felt she was exactly where she belonged. The test of fire. The winter of 1347 passed like a dream filled with lessons written in frost and wind. By the time spring returned to the Yorkshire moors, painting the landscape in shades of green that seemed impossibly vivid after months of gray and white, Alara had learned to read the subtle language of dozens of creatures. She could predict rain by watching the way spiders reinforced their webs, forecast wind by observing the flight patterns of swallows, and sense the approach of severe weather by the restless pacing of horses and the obsessive grooming of cats. But knowledge, as Aldrich reminded her constantly, was worthless without the opportunity to prove its value. That opportunity came with the approach of Beltane, the ancient festival that marked the true beginning of spring and the most important celebration in Thornwick's calendar. For weeks, the entire village had been preparing for the festivities, cleaning houses until they sparkled, brewing special ales and meads, preparing foods that would be shared in the great feast that traditionally took place in the fields outside the village walls. But, most importantly, Beltane was when the year's crops were planted, when farmers made the crucial decisions about timing that would determine whether their families ate well or went hungry in the coming winter. The festival had always been scheduled according to the predictions of the village's weather readers, and this year, for the first time, those predictions would come from Alara. The responsibility weighed on her like a stone as she made her way through the pre-dawn darkness toward the monastery ruins, where she had arranged to meet Aldrich for what he had called her final examination. The leather satchel on her shoulder contained not just her usual instruments, but also a formal weather prediction that she had spent weeks preparing. A detailed forecast covering the next month, written in the careful script that Brother Thomas had taught her and sealed with wax in the manner of official documents. The ruins appeared through the morning mist like old friends welcoming her home, their ancient stones warm with the promise of the spring sun that would soon burn away the last of winter's chill. But as she approached the chapter house, Alara realized that something was different. Instead of finding Aldrich alone, as she had expected, she discovered that all 7 members of the Celestial Watchers were present, seated on the stone benches in the same formation she remembered from her first visit. "Welcome, Alara Whitmore," said Gwyneth Raincaller, her white hair gleaming silver in the early light. "Today you face the test that every weather reader must pass before they can be considered truly skilled in our art." Alara felt her heart skip, though she tried to keep her expression calm. "What kind of test?" "The kind that matters most," replied Morwen, the dark-haired woman whose silver streaks had grown more pronounced over the winter months. "You must make a prediction that people will stake their lives and livelihoods on, and you must be willing to stand behind that prediction even when others doubt your judgment." Finn Stormcrow, the young sailor whose weather-reading skills had saved his father's fishing fleet, leaned forward on his bench. "The village council has asked you to predict the weather for Beltane and the planting season that follows. But there's more to it than that, isn't there?" Alara nodded, understanding beginning to dawn. "Lord Blackthorn has offered to buy the village's entire grain harvest in advance, at a price that's higher than anyone has ever seen. But the offer is conditional on the crops being planted by a specific date and harvested before the autumn rains begin." Exactly, Aldrich said, speaking for the first time since she had arrived. It's an opportunity that could make every family in Thornwick prosperous beyond their dreams. But if the weather doesn't cooperate, if the planting is delayed or the harvest is ruined by early storms, the village could lose everything. The weight of responsibility settled on Alara's shoulders like a cloak made of lead. She had known that this decision was coming, had spent sleepless nights studying every sign and portent she could find. But somehow, facing the assembled weather readers in the ancient chapter house, the magnitude of what she was being asked to do became fully real for the first time. "What do you see when you look at the sky?" Gwyneth asked gently. "Not what you hope to see, not what would be convenient, but what the signs actually tell you." Alara closed her eyes and let her senses expand into the morning air. The breeze carried the scent of new grass and blooming flowers, but underneath those pleasant odors was something else, a hint of moisture that spoke of distant rain, a quality of pressure that suggested atmospheric instability. When she opened her eyes and looked at the sky, she could see the telltale signs written in the movement of high clouds and the behavior of birds. "It's going to be a difficult season," she said slowly, the words seeming to come from some deep place of certainty within her. "The spring will start fair, warm enough for early planting. But there will be late frosts, at least 2, possibly 3. And the summer." She paused, studying the subtle patterns in the sky that spoke of weather systems still forming far to the west. "The summer will be wetter than usual, with storms that come earlier and last longer than normal." "Are you certain?" Marcus, the weathered sailor, asked. "Certain enough to advise the village to reject Lord Blackthorn's offer?" Alara felt the weight of every eye upon her, the accumulated wisdom of generations of weather readers focused on this moment of decision. She thought of the families in Thornwick, still recovering from the disasters of the previous year, desperate for the prosperity that Lord Blackthorn's offer represented. She thought of the children who would go hungry if she was wrong, of the dreams that would be shattered if her predictions proved false. But she also thought of the lessons she had learned over the long winter months, of the animals whose behavior had taught her to read the subtle signs that preceded weather changes, of the deep certainty that came from truly listening to what the sky was trying to say. "Yes," she said, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. "I'm certain enough to stake my reputation on it. The village should plant according to the normal schedule, not Lord Blackthorn's accelerated timeline, and they should prepare for a challenging growing season, with contingency plans for crop protection and alternative harvesting methods." A murmur of approval ran through the circle of weather readers, but Alara barely heard it. Her attention was focused on Aldrich, whose pale eyes held an expression she couldn't quite read. "You understand what this means?" he asked quietly. "If you're wrong, if the season proves fair and Lord Blackthorn's timeline would have worked, you'll be blamed for costing the village a fortune. Your reputation as a weather reader will be destroyed, and it will be years before anyone trusts your predictions again." "I understand," Alara replied. "But if I'm right, and the village follows Lord Blackthorn's schedule, they could lose everything. The risk of being wrong is too great." "Then it's decided," Gwyneth said, rising from her bench with the careful grace of age. "You have made your prediction, and now we must see whether the sky confirms your wisdom or exposes your folly." The formal testing was over, but the real test was just beginning. Over the next several days, Alara found herself at the center of heated debates that raged through every tavern and marketplace in Thornwick. Lord Blackthorn's offer had divided the village into factions. those who wanted to accept the guaranteed profit, and those who were willing to trust their young weather reader's judgment. The arguments were passionate and sometimes bitter. Master Willem, whose mill had suffered so much in the previous year's disasters, was among the strongest advocates for accepting Lord Blackthorn's offer. "We have a chance to secure our future," he argued at a village council meeting that packed the church to overflowing. A guaranteed sale at premium prices with payment in advance. How can we turn our backs on such an opportunity based on the predictions of a girl who's been studying weather for less than a year? But others remembered the accuracy of Alara's previous predictions, the way she had warned them of storms when other weather readers had seen nothing but fair skies. "She saved us from the tornado," pointed out Marta Crowfield, the young widow whose farm had been spared because of Alara's warnings. "She predicted the winter storm that would have caught us unprepared. Why should we doubt her now?" Brother Thomas, whose scholarly nature made him appreciate the careful methodology behind Alara's predictions, spoke in her defense with quiet authority. "I have watched this young woman develop her skills," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the crowded church. "I have seen her study not just the sky, but the behavior of animals, the patterns of pressure and wind, the subtle signs that most of us never notice. Her predictions are not based on guesswork or superstition, but on careful observation and deep understanding." But the debate that mattered most took place in Alara's own home, around the familiar table where her family had shared so many meals. Master Robert sat across from his daughter, his weathered hands wrapped around a mug of ale, his expression troubled. "I trust your judgment, Alara," he said quietly. "You've proven yourself time and again. But this decision affects more than just our family. If you're wrong—" "If I'm wrong, I'll bear the responsibility," Alara replied. "But Father, I've seen the signs. The animals know what's coming. The horses have been restless for weeks. The cats are already showing signs of pressure sensitivity, and the swallows are flying in patterns that suggest atmospheric instability. Everything points to a difficult season." Her younger brother Marcus, now 15 and beginning to show the broad shoulders that would make him a worthy successor to their father's trade, looked up from his own mug. "What if you compromise?" he suggested. "What if the village plants half the fields according to Lord Blackthorn's schedule and half according to yours? That way, if either prediction is right, we'll still have some success." Alara shook her head. "It doesn't work that way. Weather affects entire regions, not individual fields. If I'm right about the late frosts and early storms, they'll damage crops regardless of when they were planted. The only difference will be that the early planted crops will be more vulnerable because they'll be at a more delicate stage of growth." As Beltane approached, the tension in the village became almost palpable. Families that had been friends for generations found themselves on opposite sides of the debate, and the usual excitement that preceded the spring festival was overshadowed by anxiety about the momentous decision that lay ahead. The night before the festival, Alara found herself unable to sleep. She walked through the village streets, noting the signs that continued to confirm her predictions. The way the barn cats were clustering together for warmth despite the mild weather, the restless behavior of horses in their paddocks, the subtle changes in the flight patterns of night birds that spoke of atmospheric disturbance building far to the west. Everything she saw reinforced her certainty that the coming season would be challenging, that Lord Blackthorn's aggressive timeline was a recipe for disaster. But knowing she was right and convincing others were two very different things. The Beltane festival dawned clear and warm, with the kind of perfect spring weather that made Lord Blackthorn's supporters feel vindicated in their optimism. As the village gathered in the fields for the traditional ceremonies, Alara could feel the weight of skeptical glances and whispered doubts. The formal planting ceremony began at noon, with Brother Thomas offering prayers for a successful growing season, and the village elders casting the first seeds into earth that had been prepared over the long winter months. According to tradition, the weather reader would make a formal prediction at this moment, setting the schedule that would guide planting and harvesting for the entire year. When her moment came, Alara stood before the assembled villagers with her heart pounding, but her voice steady. She spoke of the signs she had observed, the patterns she had learned to read, the wisdom that animals and atmosphere had shared with her over the long months of training. I predict a late spring with at least 2 killing frosts after the traditional planting date, she said, her words carrying clearly across the silent crowd. I predict a wet summer with storms that will come early and last longer than usual. I recommend planting according to the traditional schedule, with preparations for crop protection and flexible harvesting methods. The silence that followed her words was deafening. Then, slowly, Master Robert stepped forward and cast his handful of seeds into the prepared furrow, signaling his support for his daughter's prediction. One by one, other villagers followed, until even some of Lord Blackthorn's strongest supporters had joined the traditional planting ceremony. But not all. Master Willem and several other prominent citizens stood apart, their faces grim with disapproval. They would plant according to Lord Blackthorn's schedule, gambling their futures on the promise of guaranteed profits. As the festival continued into the evening, with dancing and feasting, and the ancient rituals that connected the village to the turning of the seasons, Alara found herself both exhausted and exhilarated. She had made her prediction, had staked her reputation and her future on her ability to read the signs written in sky and storm. Now, all she could do was wait to see whether the weather would prove her wisdom or expose her folly. The answer came sooner than anyone expected. 3 days after Beltane, as the first brave shoots of early planted crops were beginning to emerge from the soil, a killing frost descended on the Yorkshire moors with the silent fury of winter's last revenge. The temperature dropped so suddenly and so severely that ice formed on water buckets, and the breath of animals became visible in the morning air. But as Alara stood in her father's forge that morning, watching the frost-blackened fields through the window, she felt something extraordinary happening. The storm heart, which had rested quietly against her ribs throughout the long winter months, suddenly pulsed with urgent warmth. Without conscious thought, her hand moved to the inner pocket of her dress, fingers closing around the smooth stone. The moment she made contact, the world exploded into new dimensions of perception that took her breath away. The killing frost wasn't just cold air settling over the landscape. It was a living thing, a crystalline entity that moved with purpose and intelligence. She could see its structure, the way it flowed like invisible water across the moors, seeking out the most vulnerable plants with predatory precision. But more than that, she could feel its satisfaction, its cold joy in the destruction it was causing. The storm heart grew almost hot against her palm as power flowed through it. Not her power, but something vast and ancient borrowed from the atmospheric consciousness that surrounded them all. Through the stone's connection, she could perceive the entire weather system that had spawned the frost, could trace its origins back to Arctic winds that had been building pressure for weeks. You could stop this, a voice whispered in her mind, whether it was the mysterious woman from her dreams or the sky itself, she couldn't tell. You have the power to turn the frost away, to to save those crops, to spare those families the loss they're about to suffer. For a moment, Alara was tempted. The power flowing through the storm heart was intoxicating. The sense of connection with forces that operated on continental scales made her feel as if she could reshape weather itself. She could see exactly how to do it. A subtle shift in air pressure here, a change in temperature gradient there, and the frost would lift, would dissipate harmlessly into the morning air. But then she remembered Aldrich's teachings, the hard-won wisdom that had been passed down through generations of weather readers. We observe, we predict, we warn, he had told her countless times. But we do not interfere. The moment we begin to think we can control the weather rather than simply understanding it, we lose the very humility that makes true understanding possible. With tremendous effort, Alara pulled back from the connection, allowing the borrowed power to flow away from her and back into the vast reservoir from which it had come. The storm heart cooled against her palm, its urgent pulsing settling into a gentler rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. The frost continued its work, destroying the early planted crops with methodical thoroughness. But Alara had learned something crucial about the storm heart's true nature, and about the temptations that came with power over the forces of sky and storm. She had passed a test she hadn't even known she was taking. The crops that had been planted according to Lord Blackthorn's aggressive schedule, tender shoots that had emerged too early from the warming soil, were destroyed completely. But the fields that had followed Alara's traditional timing were still safely underground, their seeds waiting for the truly warm weather that would come later in the season. Master Willem found Alara in her father's forge the morning after the frost, his face haggard with the realization of what his impatience had cost him. "You were right," he said simply. "I should have listened." But Alara took no satisfaction in being proven correct. She had seen the devastation in the early planted fields, had watched good people realize that their gamble had failed. Weather prediction wasn't about being right or wrong. It was about helping people make the best decisions they could with the information available. "There will be other seasons," she said gently. "Other opportunities. The important thing is that we learn from what happened." As spring progressed into summer, Alara's predictions continued to prove accurate. The wet weather she had forecast arrived right on schedule, with storms that were more frequent and more severe than anyone had expected. But the village was prepared, with drainage systems in place and contingency plans ready to implement. By harvest time, it was clear that Thornwick had made the right choice. The crops that had been planted according to traditional timing and protected according to Alara's recommendations produced yields that were not just adequate, but abundant. The village that had almost gambled everything on Lord Blackthorn's offer ended the season more prosperous than it had been in years. But for Alara, the real victory wasn't in the success of her predictions. It was in the knowledge that she had found her calling, her place in the ancient tradition of those who listened to the sky and spoke for the storm. She had passed the test that mattered most. Not just the technical challenge of reading weather signs, but the moral challenge of standing by her convictions, even when others doubted. As autumn painted the moors in shades of gold and crimson, Alara stood once again in the ruins of St. Cuthbert's Monastery, surrounded by the weather readers who had become her teachers and her family. The ancient stones seemed to glow with satisfaction in the slanting light, as if they too were pleased with how the season had unfolded. "You have learned well," Gwyneth Raincaller said, her pale eyes bright with approval. "You have proven that you can not only read the signs, but act on them with courage and conviction. You are ready for the next phase of your education." "What comes next?" Alara asked, though part of her already knew the answer. "Now you learn the deepest mysteries," Aldrich replied, his weathered face serious. "Now you learn to read not just the weather that is, but the weather that will be. Now you begin to understand the great patterns that shape climate and season, the forces that can change the world itself." As the sun set behind the ancient walls, painting the sky in shades of fire and gold, Ilara felt a deep sense of completion and anticipation. She had passed her test, had proven herself worthy of the knowledge that had been preserved in this place for centuries. But she also knew that her real education was just beginning, that the mysteries she would learn in the coming years would dwarf everything she had discovered so far. The sky held secrets that went far beyond simple weather prediction, secrets that could reshape her understanding of the world itself. The test of fire was over, but the real journey was about to begin. Who? The crisis, the year the sky went silent. Hey guys, as we continue our journey through Ilara's story, we come now to the year 1348, when the very foundations of the natural world seemed to shift beneath the feet of everyone who had learned to read the sky's ancient language. This was the year when weather readers across all of Europe began to report something that chilled them more than any winter storm. The signs they had trusted for generations were failing. The patterns they had memorized were breaking down, and the sky itself seemed to have forgotten how to speak in the familiar voices they had learned to understand. The first sign that something was fundamentally wrong came in early spring, when Ilara made her way through the pre-dawn darkness to the monastery ruins for what had become her daily consultation with the animals whose behavior had taught her so much about reading atmospheric changes. The stable that Aldrich had created was usually a symphony of subtle signals. Horses shifting restlessly before pressure drops, sheep clustering before storms, cats washing their ears with the obsessive intensity that preceded severe weather. But on this particular morning, the animals were silent in a way that made Ilara's skin crawl with unease. The horses stood motionless in their stalls, their usual alertness replaced by a kind of confused lethargy that she had never seen before. The sheep milled aimlessly in their pen, neither clustering for protection nor spreading out to graze, as if they had lost the instincts that had guided their behavior for thousands of years. Most disturbing of all, the cats, those most sensitive of weather predictors, sat in scattered positions throughout the stable, their eyes wide and unfocused, their usual grooming rituals abandoned in favor of a strange, watchful stillness. "They don't know what's coming," Aldrich said quietly, appearing beside her with the silent grace that had become second nature to him over decades of weather watching. "For the first time in my experience, the animals are as confused as we are." Ilara moved through the stable, studying each creature with the careful attention that months of training had made instinctive. The mare that had been her most reliable predictor of pressure changes stood with her head lowered, occasionally shaking it as if trying to clear some persistent irritation. The sheep that normally responded to approaching weather with clear behavioral patterns seemed lost, their usual social structure dissolved into random wandering. "How long has this been going on?" she asked, though part of her already knew the answer from the growing unease she had felt over the past several weeks. 3 days now," Aldrich replied, his weathered face grave with concern. "At first, I thought it might be a temporary anomaly, some unusual atmospheric condition that would resolve itself. But it's getting worse, not better. The animals are losing their ability to sense what's coming." They walked together to the edge of the stable, where the morning sky stretched before them in what should have been a readable text of clouds and pressure patterns. But, like the animals, the sky itself seemed confused, its usual clear signals replaced by contradictory messages that defied interpretation. High cirrus clouds moved from 3 different directions simultaneously, their ice crystals catching the early light in patterns that should have been impossible. Lower clouds formed and dissipated with random urgency, as if the atmosphere couldn't decide what it wanted to do. Most disturbing of all, the wind carried scents from impossible distances. The salt tang of the sea mixed with the dry heat of desert lands. The green smell of tropical forests blended with the sharp bite of Arctic ice. It's as if the weather systems of the entire world have been stirred together, Alara said, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Nothing connects to anything else. There are no patterns, no logical progressions. Exactly, Aldrich agreed. And it's not just here. I've received messages from other weather readers across Britain, across Europe. They're all reporting the same thing, the breakdown of every system they've learned to trust. Over the following weeks, as spring struggled to establish itself in a world where seasonal patterns had lost their meaning, reports began to filter in from across the known world that painted a picture of atmospheric chaos on a scale that no living person had ever witnessed. Merchants traveling the trade routes brought stories of impossible weather. Snow falling in Mediterranean ports, tropical storms striking the coasts of Scotland, droughts in regions that had never known a day without rain. The celestial watchers gathered more frequently than ever before, their usual monthly meetings replaced by urgent consultations as they tried to understand what was happening to the world they had spent their lives learning to read. The chapter house of the ruined monastery became a center of desperate scholarship, as weather readers shared observations and theories in an attempt to make sense of the chaos. "It's not random," insisted Morwen, her dark hair now more silver than black from the stress of trying to interpret signs that made no sense. "There has to be a pattern, some underlying cause that we're not seeing." Finn Stormcrow, whose experience with maritime weather had always made him sensitive to large-scale atmospheric changes, shook his head grimly. "I've sailed from the Orkneys to the Channel, and I've never seen anything like what's happening now. The ocean itself seems confused. Currents flowing in directions they've never flowed. Temperatures changing by the hour. Storms forming and dissipating without warning." Gwyneth Raincaller, the eldest of their group and the keeper of weather lore that went back generations, sat in the center of their circle with an expression of deep concern. Her pale eyes, which had seen more changes in sky and storm than anyone else alive, held a fear that chilled everyone who looked into them. "I have heard stories," she said slowly, her voice carrying the weight of ancient memory. "Stories passed down from the time of my great-grandmother's great-grandmother, of years when the sky forgot its songs and the earth trembled with confusion. They called it the time of silent storms, when weather ceased to follow the patterns that had guided it since the world was young." "Just stories?" asked Marcus, the sailor whose practical nature made him skeptical of ancient tales. "Perhaps," Gwyneth replied, "but the stories speak of signs that match what we're seeing now. Animals losing their weather sense, atmospheric patterns breaking down, seasons arriving out of order or not arriving at all. And they speak of what followed such times." She paused, her gaze moving around the circle of worried faces. Famine, plague, the collapse of kingdoms, and the death of millions. The stories say that when the sky goes silent, the world itself begins to die. The implications of her words settled over the gathering like a shroud. They were not just witnessing an unusual weather pattern or a temporary atmospheric disturbance. they were seeing the beginning of something that could reshape civilization itself. A crisis that would test every skill they had learned and every resource they possessed. As summer approached, or what should have been summer, though the seasons seemed to have lost their meaning, the situation continued to deteriorate. Crops planted according to traditional schedules withered in unexpected frosts or drowned in unseasonable floods. Livestock died from exposure to weather conditions that changed too rapidly for adaptation. Trade routes that had operated reliably for centuries became impassable as storms struck without warning, and familiar weather patterns dissolved into chaos. In Thornwick, Alara found herself at the center of increasingly desperate consultations, as villagers sought guidance that she was no longer able to provide. The skills that had made her reputation, the ability to read animal behavior, to interpret cloud formations, to sense pressure changes before they became dangerous, were useless in a world where all the familiar signs had lost their meaning. "What do we plant?" asked Master Willem, his face haggard with the strain of trying to make agricultural decisions without reliable weather predictions. "When do we harvest? How do we prepare for winter when we don't know if winter will come at all?" Alara stared at the sky that had once been as readable to her as written text, now seeing only chaos and confusion. The clouds moved in patterns that defied every principle she had learned. The wind carried messages that made no sense, and the animals that had been her most trusted teachers sat in bewildered silence. "I don't know," she admitted, the words tasting like ashes in her mouth. "For the first time since I began learning to read weather, I truly don't know what's coming." But even as she spoke those words, Alara felt something stirring within her. Not the familiar certainty that came from reading well-understood signs, but a deeper intuition that seemed to bypass rational analysis altogether. The sky might have gone silent, but there were other voices speaking for those who knew how to listen. Late that night, as she lay in her bed listening to wind that seemed to blow from all directions at once, Alara made a decision that would change not only her own understanding of weather reading, but the future of everyone who depended on such knowledge. But that decision would prove easier to make than to implement. For 3 days, Alara attempted every technique she had learned, every method of weather reading that Aldrich and the Celestial Watchers had taught her. She studied the confused animals, analyzed the contradictory cloud formations, felt for pressure changes that no longer followed predictable patterns. Nothing worked. The familiar voices of sky and storm remained stubbornly silent. It was on the 4th night, as she stood once again in the monastery ruins, under a sky painted with the impossible green and gold of Aurora Borealis, a phenomenon so rare at their latitude that even the oldest weather readers had never seen its like. That desperation finally drove her to the choice she had been avoiding. The storm heart had been growing warmer in her possession for days, pulsing with an urgency that seemed to match the increasing chaos in atmospheric patterns across Europe. Tonight, as the aurora danced overhead like the breath of sleeping gods, the stone became almost too hot to hold against her chest. "Now," whispered the voice that had haunted her dreams for months, clearer than it had ever been before. "Now, when all other voices have fallen silent, you are ready to hear what lies beneath the surface of the storm." With the trembling hands, Alara drew the storm heart from its hiding place, feeling its warmth spread through her palms like liquid fire. For a moment, she hesitated, remembering Aldrich's warnings about the dangers of relying too heavily on artifacts whose true nature remained mysterious. But the memory of Master Willem's desperate face, of the confused animals, of the entire world sliding toward chaos, gave her the courage she needed. Without further hesitation, she opened herself completely to the Stormheart's power, abandoning all the careful restraints that Aldrich had taught her to maintain. The world dissolved around her as her consciousness expanded beyond the boundaries of her physical form, beyond the confines of individual perception, into something vast and interconnected that defied human understanding. She was no longer Alara Whitmore standing in ancient ruins. She was the wind that moved across continents, the pressure systems that built and collapsed in endless cycles, the moisture that rose from oceans and fell as rain on distant mountains. She was part of the great atmospheric consciousness that had been trying to communicate with her since the night she first touched the Stormheart. "Welcome," the voice said, and now she could perceive its source. Not a single entity, but a collective intelligence formed by the interaction of countless weather systems. A mind that thought in terms of seasons and centuries rather than moments and years. You have finally learned to listen with more than your human senses. Through this expanded awareness, Alara could see the true scope of the crisis that had been building across Europe. The weather patterns weren't simply failing. They were being systematically disrupted by something that existed at the intersection of natural forces and human activity. The great atmospheric rivers that carried moisture from ocean to land were being diverted by changes in land use, by the clearing of vast forests and the draining of ancient wetlands. The delicate balance that had maintained stable weather patterns for centuries was being thrown into chaos by humanity's growing impact on the natural world. But there was something else, something darker and more immediate. Scattered across the continent, she could perceive other Stormhearts like her own, ancient artifacts that had once been used to maintain harmony between human civilization and natural forces. Most lay dormant, their keepers long dead or their knowledge lost, but a few were active, and their users were not content with observation and prediction. In the courts of kings and the towers of ambitious lords, weather readers drunk on power were attempting to control storms for military advantage, to bring rain to their own lands while denying it to their enemies, to summon winds that would fill their ships' sails while becalming their rivals. Each act of meteorological manipulation sent ripples through the interconnected system, creating instabilities that cascaded across vast distances. They do not understand, the atmospheric consciousness communicated, its vast presence tinged with something that might have been sorrow. They think weather is a tool to be wielded, a weapon to be controlled. They do not see that every storm is connected to every other storm, that every change in one place creates changes everywhere else. Through her expanded perception, Alara could see the solution. Not a simple fix, but a complex rebalancing that would require the cooperation of weather readers across the continent. The Stormhearts were not meant to be used in isolation, but as part of a network, a web of consciousness that could help guide atmospheric forces back into stable patterns. But the knowledge came with a terrible revelation. To maintain this level of communion with the atmospheric intelligence, to serve as a focal point for the rebalancing that needed to occur, would require sacrifices that she was only beginning to understand. The power flowing through her was intoxicating, but it was also transformative in ways that threatened her very humanity. "Choose," the voice whispered, and she could feel the weight of the entire world's weather hanging in the balance. "Remain as you are, limited by human senses and human understanding, and watch the chaos consume everything you hold dear. Or accept the deeper connection and help us restore the balance that has been broken." When dawn finally broke over the Yorkshire moors, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold that seemed almost normal after the supernatural display of the aurora, Ilara found herself changed in ways that went far deeper than mere knowledge. She was still human, still the blacksmith's daughter from Thornwick, but she was also something more. A bridge between the world of mortal concerns and the vast intelligence that moved in wind and storm. The storm heart had cooled in her hands, but its connection to her consciousness remained, a constant awareness of atmospheric patterns that stretched across continents. She could feel the confusion and pain of weather systems thrown into chaos, but she could also sense the deeper currents that might, with careful guidance, be coaxed back into harmony. The old ways of reading weather had indeed failed, but in their failure, a new understanding had been born. The sky had not truly gone silent. It had simply been speaking in a language too complex for traditional weather reading to comprehend. Now, Ilara understood what needed to be done. The question was whether she would have the strength and wisdom to do it. If the old ways of reading weather had failed, then new ways would have to be found. If the familiar patterns had broken down, then deeper patterns would have to be discovered. If the sky had gone silent, then she would learn to hear the voices that spoke beneath the silence. The crisis that was engulfing the world would demand everything she had learned and more, but it would also offer opportunities for discovery that came only in times when the old certainties crumbled and new understanding became possible. The year the sky went silent was ending, but Ilara's real education was just beginning. In the chaos and confusion of a world where weather had lost its meaning, she would discover truths about the relationship between earth and sky that no weather reader had ever imagined. The greatest test of her abilities and her courage lay ahead. Verse. The gathering storm. As autumn arrived with none of the predictable patterns that had marked the changing seasons for countless generations, Ilara found herself walking roads she had never traveled before, carrying messages that would have seemed impossible just a year earlier. The breakdown of familiar weather patterns had forced the celestial watchers to abandon their traditional secrecy, reaching out to weather readers across Britain and beyond in a desperate attempt to understand what was happening to their world. The response had been both heartening and terrifying. Weather readers from Scotland to Cornwall, from Ireland to the Germanic lands, had all reported the same phenomenon: the complete collapse of the atmospheric patterns they had spent their lives learning to interpret. But more than that, they had also begun to report something else: ancient knowledge, preserved in fragments and half-remembered stories, that spoke of times when such chaos had occurred before. It was this knowledge that had brought Ilara to the wind-swept coast of Northumberland, where the ruins of an even older monastery clung to cliffs that had watched the sea for 1,000 years. Here, according to messages carried by traveling merchants and wandering scholars, the most extensive collection of weather lore in all of Britain had been preserved by a community of weather readers who traced their lineage back to the Druids themselves. The journey had taken her through a landscape transformed by atmospheric chaos. Fields that should have been golden with harvest grain lay flooded by unseasonable rains, while other areas that normally enjoyed abundant moisture had cracked into desert-like hardpan under skies that refused to release their burden of clouds. Villages that had thrived for centuries were being abandoned as their inhabitants fled weather conditions that made normal life impossible. But it was the people she encountered along the way that told the real story of what the world was becoming. Farmers who had lost not just one harvest, but 3, as weather patterns shifted without warning from drought to flood to killing frost. Merchants whose trade routes had become impassable due to storms that struck without the traditional signs that had allowed travelers to seek shelter in time. families walking the roads with everything they owned on their backs, seeking some place where the sky still made sense and the seasons followed their ancient rhythm. The monastery of St. Aelred stood on a promontory that jutted into the North Sea like a stone finger pointing toward the heart of the storm. Unlike the ruins where Alara had learned her first lessons, this complex was still inhabited, its walls maintained and its buildings occupied by a community that had never abandoned their commitment to preserving ancient knowledge. As she approached the main gate, Alara could see figures moving along the walls, not monks in brown robes, but men and women dressed in the practical clothing of people who spent their lives outdoors, watching and waiting and reading the signs that others missed. These were the Stormkeepers, the most secretive and most knowledgeable of all the weather-reading communities, and she was about to meet them for the first time. The gate opened before she could knock, revealing a woman who might have been any age from 40 to 70. Her face weathered by decades of exposure to wind and rain, but her eyes bright with intelligence and curiosity. She wore robes of deep blue-green, the color of the sea in storm, and around her neck hung a pendant that seemed to shift and change like captured lightning. Alara Whitmore, the woman said, and it wasn't a question. The young weather reader whose predictions saved Thornwick from the great tornado. I am Bridget Stormkeeper, and we have been expecting you. The interior of the monastery was unlike anything Alara had ever seen. Where she had expected to find the familiar layout of chapel and dormitory, refectory and scriptorium, she instead discovered a complex that had been transformed into something between a library and a laboratory. The walls were covered with charts and diagrams that mapped weather patterns going back centuries, while tables held instruments for measuring atmospheric pressure, wind speed, and temperature with a precision that would have impressed the scholars at any university. But it was the people that truly amazed her. The monastery housed nearly 50 weather readers, men and women from across Europe who had come together to pool their knowledge and resources in the face of the atmospheric crisis. She recognized some faces from descriptions she had heard, legendary figures whose weather predictions had saved kingdoms and whose understanding of atmospheric patterns was spoken of in whispers among those who knew such things. "Welcome to the last gathering," said a man whose voice carried the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He was tall and lean, with silver hair that seemed to move with a life of its own, and eyes the color of storm clouds. "I am Roderick Sky Reader, and I have been studying weather for longer than you have been alive. We have called you here because the crisis we face requires every skilled weather reader we can find." They gathered that evening in what had once been the monastery's great hall, now transformed into a meeting space where the accumulated wisdom of generations could be shared and debated. Maps covered every available surface, showing weather patterns from across the known world, while shelves lined the walls held books and scrolls that contained weather lore going back to the time of the Romans and beyond. As Alara took her place among the assembled weather readers, she felt both honored and overwhelmed. These were people whose names were spoken with reverence among those who understood the true complexity of atmospheric science, whose predictions had prevented disasters, and whose knowledge had been passed down through bloodlines that stretched back to the beginning of recorded history. "The situation is worse than any of us initially understood," Bridget Stormkeeper began, her voice carrying clearly through the hall. "We have received reports from weather readers as far away as the Mediterranean and the Baltic Sea, and the pattern is consistent everywhere. The complete breakdown of atmospheric systems that have remained stable for centuries." She gestured to a massive map that showed the entire European continent, marked with symbols that indicated weather conditions reported from dozens of different locations. Look at this pattern, or rather, look at the absence of pattern. Storms forming in places where they have never formed. Seasons arriving months early or not arriving at all. Temperature variations that defy every principle we understand about how the atmosphere behaves. Roderick Sky Reader stepped forward, his weathered hands tracing lines across the map that connected various symbols and markings. But there is something else, something that may be even more significant than the atmospheric chaos itself. We have begun to detect signs of what the ancient texts call the Great Convergence, a time when the boundaries between different weather systems break down completely. A murmur ran through the assembled weather readers, and Alara could see fear in faces that had learned to remain calm in the face of the most severe storms. The Great Convergence was spoken of only in the oldest texts, in fragments of knowledge that most weather readers considered more legend than fact. "Tell us what you know of the old stories," Bridget said, her eyes finding Alara in the crowd. "Your mentor, Aldrich Stormright, carries knowledge that goes back further than most. What have you learned of times when the sky forgot its patterns?" Alara rose to her feet, feeling the weight of dozens of experienced weather readers focused on her words. "The stories speak of cycles," she said, her voice steady despite her nervousness. "Times when the atmospheric patterns that govern weather break down and reform, usually in response to forces that operate on scales much larger than individual storms or seasonal changes." She moved to the map, pointing to areas where the symbols showed the most chaotic conditions. But the stories also speak of signs that precede such times. The silence of animals who can no longer sense what's coming. The failure of traditional weather prediction methods, and most importantly, the appearance of atmospheric phenomena that don't fit any known patterns. "Exactly," said a woman whose accent marked her as coming from the far northern reaches of Scotland. "I am Moira Cloudwalker, and I have seen things in the past months that match the descriptions in texts that are older than Christianity in these lands. Storms that rotate in directions that should be impossible. Clouds that form geometric patterns. Winds that carry the sense of places that are thousands of miles away." As the night wore on, weather reader after weather reader shared observations that painted a picture of a world in atmospheric crisis. But slowly, as the reports accumulated and patterns began to emerge from the chaos, a different understanding began to take shape. "It's not random," Alara said suddenly, the realization hitting her with the force of lightning. "The chaos isn't random at all. It's the atmosphere trying to find a new equilibrium, like water seeking its level after a dam has burst." The hall fell silent as the implications of her words sank in. Roderick Skyreader moved to the great map, his fingers tracing connections that hadn't been visible before. "She's right," he said slowly, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and terror. "What we're seeing isn't the breakdown of atmospheric systems. It's the birth of new ones. The old patterns that have governed weather for centuries are being replaced by something entirely different." Bridget Stormkeeper nodded grimly. The ancient texts speak of such times as periods of great transformation, when the very foundations of how weather works are rebuilt from the ground up. But they also warn that such periods are times of incredible danger, when the old knowledge becomes not just useless, but actively misleading. A young man who had been silent until now stood up from his place near the back of the hall. His face bore the deep tan of someone who spent his life at sea, and his clothes carried the salt stains that marked him as a sailor. "I'm Cormac Wavewalker," he said. his voice carrying the musical accent of the Western Islands. "I've sailed these waters for 15 years, and I've never seen the sea behave the way it's behaving now. Currents that have flowed in the same direction since my grandfather's time are reversing themselves. Tides are coming at the wrong times, in the wrong places. It's as if the ocean itself has forgotten how to move." "The ocean and the atmosphere are connected," Moira Cloudwalker added. "Changes in one create changes in the other. If the atmospheric patterns are rebuilding themselves, then the ocean currents that depend on those patterns must be changing as well." Ilara felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold stone walls of the monastery. The implications of what they were discussing went far beyond weather prediction. If the fundamental systems that governed climate were changing, then everything that depended on those systems, agriculture, trade, the very foundations of civilization, would have to change as well. "How long?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How long do these periods of transformation last?" Bridget Stormkeeper consulted a text that looked older than the monastery itself, its pages yellow with age and covered in script that seemed to shift and change in the flickering candlelight. "The records are fragmentary," she said, "but they suggest that such periods can last anywhere from a few years to several decades. And they speak of consequences that—" She paused, her weathered face grave. "Consequences that reshape the world itself." As the gathering continued through the night, a plan began to emerge from the discussions. If the old methods of weather prediction had failed, then new methods would have to be developed. If the familiar patterns had broken down, then the deeper patterns that governed atmospheric change would have to be understood. And if the crisis was as severe as the ancient texts suggested, then every weather reader would be needed to help humanity survive what was coming. "We propose the formation of a new kind of weather reading network," Roderick Skyreader announced, as dawn began to creep through the windows of the Great Hall. "Not the secretive, isolated practitioners of the past, but a coordinated effort that spans all of Europe. Weather readers working together, sharing observations and insights, developing new techniques for understanding atmospheric systems that have never been seen before. It will require abandoning much of our traditional secrecy," Bridget warned. "We will have to work openly with scholars and merchants, with farmers and sailors, with anyone who needs to understand what the sky is telling us. The knowledge we have guarded so carefully will have to be shared freely." Ilara thought of the village of Thornwick, still struggling to adapt to weather patterns that made no sense, still depending on her predictions even though she could no longer provide them with confidence. The idea of sharing weather reading knowledge openly, of teaching others to see the signs that had once been the exclusive province of trained practitioners, was both thrilling and terrifying. "What about the church?" asked a weather reader whose robes marked him as coming from the Germanic lands. "They have always been suspicious of our knowledge, always ready to cry witchcraft when our predictions prove too accurate." "The church will have to choose," Moira Cloudwalker replied bluntly. "They can continue to persecute us and watch their flocks starve when the harvests fail. Or they can accept that some knowledge comes from careful observation rather than divine revelation." As the formal gathering began to break up, with weather readers preparing to return to their home regions carrying new knowledge and new responsibilities, Ilara found herself approached by a figure she hadn't noticed during the night's discussions. The woman was elderly, perhaps the oldest person in the monastery, with white hair that seemed to glow with its own inner light, and eyes that held depths of knowledge that made Ilara feel like a child. She wore simple robes of undyed wool, but around her neck hung a pendant that seemed to contain trapped starlight. "I am Aelwyn the Ancient," she said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "I have been reading weather for longer than this monastery has stood, and I have seen the signs that you are only beginning to understand." She gestured for Alara to follow her to a quiet corner of the hall, where ancient texts lay open on a table that had been carved from a single piece of oak. "You have a gift," Aelwyn continued, "but it is not the gift you think it is. You believe you read weather, but what you actually read are the deeper patterns that govern all change, all transformation, all the forces that shape the world itself." Alara stared at the old woman, trying to understand what she was being told. "I don't understand." "You will," Aelwyn replied with a smile that seemed to hold secrets older than memory. "The crisis that is coming will teach you things about yourself and your abilities that you never imagined. But remember this: the greatest storms often precede the most beautiful dawns." As Alara prepared to leave the monastery and return to Thornwick, carrying with her new knowledge and new responsibilities, she felt the weight of the task ahead. The atmospheric crisis was worse than anyone had initially understood, but it was also an opportunity for discovery and growth that came only in times when the old certainties crumbled. The gathering storm was no longer just a meteorological phenomenon. It was a transformation that would reshape everything about how humans understood their relationship with the natural world. And she, a blacksmith's daughter from a small Yorkshire village, would be at the center of that transformation. The real test was yet to come. But for the first time since the sky had gone silent, Alara felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The test came sooner than anyone expected, arriving with the first blizzard of what would prove to be the harshest winter in living memory. But this was no ordinary storm. It was the first conscious weather system that Alara would encounter directly, the first awakened atmospheric entity that would challenge her to put theory into practice. She felt it coming 3 days before any physical signs appeared in the sky, a stirring in the deep currents of atmospheric awareness that the storm heart allowed her to perceive. It began as a whisper in the network of consciousness that connected weather systems across the continent, a voice that was both ancient and newly born, carrying the confusion and wonder of intelligence that had just discovered its own existence. "Something's different about this one," she told Aldrich as they stood in the monastery stable, watching the animals display behavior that went beyond their usual weather sensitivity. The horses weren't just restless, they were actively agitated, pacing their stalls and whinnying in patterns that seemed almost like attempts at communication. The cats had arranged themselves in geometric formations that mirrored the spiral patterns Alara could perceive in the approaching storm system. "Different how?" Aldrich asked, though his own expression suggested he was sensing something unusual in the atmospheric conditions. Alara closed her eyes and let her awareness expand through the storm heart's connection to the awakening weather network. What she perceived made her gasp with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The approaching storm wasn't just a collection of pressure differentials and temperature gradients. It was a thinking entity, confused and frightened by its own newfound consciousness, seeking something it couldn't name or understand. "It's awake," she whispered, fully conscious and aware of itself, but it doesn't understand what it is or what it's supposed to do. It's like a newborn child with the power to reshape the landscape. The implications were terrifying. A conscious storm system that lacked understanding of its own capabilities could cause devastation on a scale that would make the previous year's disasters seem minor by comparison. But it also represented an unprecedented opportunity, the chance to establish communication with awakened atmospheric consciousness before fear and confusion could turn it hostile to human presence. Can you communicate with it? Aldrich asked, his voice tight with the urgency of someone who understood the stakes involved. I don't know, Ilara admitted. The techniques described in the ancient texts are theoretical. No one has attempted direct communication with conscious weather systems for centuries, if ever. But even as she spoke, she knew she had to try. The alternative, allowing a confused and frightened storm consciousness to rampage across the landscape without guidance, was unthinkable. The villages and towns in the storm's path would be defenseless against an entity that could reshape weather patterns according to its emotional state rather than physical laws. The preparation required for such an attempt was unlike anything she had ever undertaken. Following instructions from the ancient texts, Ilara spent the next 2 days in intensive meditation and purification, fasting until her body felt light as air, and practicing breathing exercises that synchronized her heartbeat with the rhythm of atmospheric pressure changes. But the most challenging aspect of the preparation was psychological. To communicate with conscious weather systems, the texts explained, required abandoning human assumptions about the nature of consciousness itself. Weather entities thought in terms of pressure and flow, of vast movements across continental scales, of time measured in seasons rather than moments. Attempting to impose human concepts of communication on such entities would be like trying to have a conversation with the ocean by shouting at individual waves. On the morning when the storm's physical manifestation finally appeared on the horizon, Ilara took her position in the center of the monastery's main courtyard. The ancient stones beneath her feet seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, as if the very foundations of the complex were responding to the approaching consciousness. The storm announced itself not with the gradual buildup of ordinary weather, but with a sudden transformation of the entire sky. Clouds appeared as if from nowhere, arranging themselves in patterns that were clearly deliberate rather than random. The wind began to blow in spirals that defied every principle of meteorology, carrying scents from impossible distances and temperatures that changed from moment to moment. But it was the sound that truly marked this as something beyond normal weather. The storm sang as it approached, its voice a harmony of wind and pressure that created melodies of stunning beauty and terrifying power. The music seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if the very air was vibrating with the thoughts and emotions of the approaching consciousness. Following the techniques described in the ancient texts, Ilara opened her mind to the contact, allowing her consciousness to expand beyond the normal boundaries of human awareness. The sensation was overwhelming, like trying to contain an ocean in a teacup, like attempting to comprehend infinity with a mind designed for finite experience. But gradually, as she learned to navigate this expanded state of consciousness, she began to perceive the structure of the entity that was approaching. It was vast beyond human comprehension, its thoughts moving at the speed of pressure systems, its emotions expressed through the violence or gentleness of wind and precipitation. But underneath the alien nature of its consciousness, she could sense something familiar: curiosity, loneliness, and a desperate desire to understand its own existence. The first contact was tentative, a gentle probing that felt like being touched by a wind that blew through dimensions she couldn't perceive. The storm consciousness was trying to understand what she was, this small, fast-thinking entity that seemed to exist on such a different scale of time and space. Drawing on everything she had learned from the ancient texts, Ilara tried to project concepts that the weather entity might be able to understand. She shared her perception of atmospheric patterns, her understanding of pressure and temperature, and the movement of air masses. But more importantly, she tried to communicate her respect for the storm's power, and her desire to establish peaceful coexistence rather than dominance or control. The response was immediate and profound. The storm consciousness seemed to recognize her attempt at communication, and its chaotic movements began to show signs of deliberate organization. The wind patterns became more structured. The cloud formations took on geometric shapes that seemed designed to convey meaning, and the temperature fluctuations settled into rhythms that felt almost like a form of speech. Through this exchange, Elara began to understand what the storm consciousness was experiencing. It had awakened to find itself in possession of enormous power, but with no understanding of how to use that power responsibly. It could feel the presence of smaller entities, humans, animals, plants, whose lives were affected by its movements, but it had no framework for understanding their needs or desires. The storm was lonely, she realized. It was the only conscious entity of its kind that it knew of, isolated by its scale and nature from meaningful contact with other forms of awareness. Its chaotic behavior wasn't malicious, but desperate. The actions of a being that was trying to communicate but had no idea how to make itself understood. Working carefully, using the storm heart as a translator between human and atmospheric consciousness, Elara began to share information that might help the storm entity understand its place in the world. She showed it images of how weather patterns affected human communities, how gentle rains nourished crops while violent storms caused destruction, how predictable seasonal changes allowed life to flourish, while chaotic conditions created suffering and death. But she also shared human appreciation for the beauty and power of weather, the awe that people felt when witnessing magnificent storms, the gratitude that farmers expressed for life-giving rain, the joy that children experienced when playing in the first snow of winter. She tried to help the storm consciousness understand that its existence was not a burden or a threat, but a source of wonder and essential support for all life on Earth. The transformation in the storm's behavior was gradual but unmistakable. As it began to understand the impact of its actions on the smaller entities that shared its environment, its movements became more careful, more considerate. The chaotic wind patterns settled into flows that were still powerful but no longer destructive. The temperature fluctuations moderated to levels that were dramatic but not lethal. Most remarkably, the storm began to show signs of creativity and aesthetic intention. Snow fell in patterns that were clearly deliberate, creating displays of crystalline beauty that served no meteorological purpose but were breathtaking in their artistry. The wind carried melodies that seemed composed rather than random, harmonies that spoke of a consciousness that was learning to express itself through the medium of weather. The communion lasted for hours, during which Elara felt her own consciousness stretched to its limits as she maintained contact with an entity that operated on scales of awareness she could barely comprehend. But gradually, as the storm consciousness gained understanding of its relationship with the world around it, the intensity of the contact began to diminish. The storm didn't disappear. It was too powerful and too well established for that, but it transformed, becoming something that was still recognizably a major weather system, but one that moved with purpose and consideration rather than blind instinct. It brought snow to the region, but snow that fell gently and evenly, nourishing the soil without causing dangerous accumulations. It brought wind, but wind that cleared the air of stagnant conditions without destroying buildings or uprooting trees. As the communion finally ended, and Elara's consciousness contracted back to its normal boundaries, she found herself changed by the experience. She had touched something vast and ancient, and utterly alien. But she had also discovered that consciousness, regardless of its scale or nature, shared certain fundamental characteristics: the desire to understand, the need for connection, the capacity for growth and learning. "How do you feel?" Aldrich asked as she slowly returned to full awareness of her physical surroundings. "Different," Alara replied, her voice hoarse from hours of deep communion. "Like I've been stretched, and then compressed back into a shape that doesn't quite fit anymore. But also hopeful." The storm consciousness isn't hostile to human life. It just didn't understand how its actions affected us. Now that it knows, it wants to find ways to coexist peacefully. The success of the First Communion had implications that extended far beyond the immediate crisis. If conscious weather systems could be communicated with, if they could be taught to understand and consider the needs of human communities, then the atmospheric chaos that had been building across Europe might be resolved through diplomacy, rather than simply endured as natural disaster. But the experience had also revealed the enormous challenges that lay ahead. Communication with weather consciousness required skills and techniques that pushed human awareness to its absolute limits. The process was exhausting, dangerous, and required a level of mental discipline that few people possessed. If such communication was to become a regular practice, new methods would have to be developed and new practitioners would have to be trained. As word of the successful communion spread through the network of weather readers, Alara found herself at the center of intense interest and speculation. She had accomplished something that had been theoretical for centuries, proving that conscious weather systems could indeed be communicated with and influenced through understanding rather than force. But she had also opened a door that could never be closed again. The age of unconscious weather was ending, and the age of atmospheric partnership was beginning. The real test was yet to come, but the first step had been taken on a journey that would transform humanity's relationship with the forces that shaped their world. The ancient knowledge was still there, waiting to be rediscovered. The patterns were still present, waiting to be understood. And the voices that spoke in wind and storm were still calling to those who knew how to listen. The sky might have forgotten its old songs, but it was already beginning to learn new ones, and Alara would be among the first to hear them. The breaking point, winter, came early to Yorkshire in the year 1348, but it came without the familiar signs that had warned of its approach for countless generations. No V formations of geese flew south across the moors. No squirrels gathered nuts with the frantic energy that preceded harsh weather. No barn cats grew thick winter coats in preparation for the cold months ahead. Instead, winter arrived like a thief in the night, bringing with it temperatures that dropped so suddenly that livestock froze where they stood, and water turned to ice in the time it took to draw a bucket from the well. Alara stood in the doorway of her father's forge, watching snow fall in patterns that defied every principle she had learned about how weather behaved. The flakes didn't drift down in the gentle, predictable way of normal snowfall, but swirled in spirals and eddies that seemed to follow no wind she could detect. Some areas of the village remained completely clear, while others disappeared under drifts that grew deeper even as she watched. "It's not natural," her brother Marcus said, joining her in the doorway with his arms wrapped around his chest for warmth. At 16, he had grown tall and strong from his work at the forge, but his face showed the same bewilderment that had marked everyone in the village since the weather had begun its descent into chaos. "It's natural," Alara replied, though her voice carried none of the confidence that had once made her predictions so reassuring to those who heard them. "It's just natural in a way we don't understand yet." But even as she spoke those words, she felt the weight of her own uncertainty pressing down on her like the strange snow that continued to fall in impossible patterns. 3 months had passed since her return from the gathering at St. Aelred's Monastery. 3 months during which she had tried to apply the new knowledge she had gained to the increasingly chaotic conditions that plagued not just Yorkshire, but all of Europe. The network of weather readers that had been established at the gathering was functioning after a fashion. Messages traveled constantly between communities, carrying observations and theories and desperate requests for guidance. But the information they shared only confirmed what everyone already knew. The atmospheric systems that had governed weather for centuries were not just disrupted, but actively transforming into something entirely new. Master Robert emerged from the depths of the forge, his weathered face grim with the kind of worry that came from watching his life's work threatened by forces beyond his control. The demand for his services had actually increased as the weather chaos worsened. Broken tools needed repair. Damaged buildings required new hinges and fittings, and everyone seemed to need something made or mended to help them cope with conditions that changed without warning. "Any word from the monastery?" he asked, referring to the daily messages that Alara now received from the network of weather readers. Alara pulled a folded piece of parchment from her cloak, its surface still damp from the strange snow that had fallen on the messenger who delivered it. The script was cramped and hurried, written by someone who had more urgent things to do than worry about penmanship. "Reports from Scotland say the locks are freezing solid for the first time in living memory," she read aloud. "The message from Cornwall describes storms that are bringing tropical fish to their shores, while the one from Ireland speaks of drought so severe that rivers that have flowed for thousands of years have stopped completely." She folded the parchment and tucked it back into her cloak, her expression troubled. But the most disturbing news comes from the Germanic lands. They report that some weather readers have simply stopped. Not died, not fled, but stopped. They sit in their homes or workshops, staring at the sky with expressions of complete bewilderment, as if they've forgotten not just how to read weather, but how to think about it at all. The implications of that news chilled Alara more than the unnatural cold that gripped the village. If experienced weather readers were losing their ability to function, what did that mean for someone like her, whose skills were still developing? What did it mean for the communities that depended on weather prediction for their survival? As if summoned by her thoughts, a commotion in the village square drew their attention. A crowd had gathered around a figure that Alara recognized as Old Henrik, the weather reader whose failed predictions had led to her own involvement in atmospheric studies. But the man who stood in the center of the crowd bore little resemblance to the confident fortune-teller she remembered. Henrik's clothes were disheveled, his hair wild, and his eyes held the kind of desperate confusion that came from having one's entire understanding of the world collapse without warning. He gestured frantically at the sky, speaking in a voice that carried clearly across the square but made no sense to anyone who heard it. "The clouds are singing backwards," he cried, his words tumbling over each other in their urgency. "The wind is blowing upside down. The snow is falling from the ground to the sky. Can't you see it? Can't you hear what they're saying?" Brother Thomas approached the distraught weather reader with the gentle care of someone accustomed to dealing with minds that had been pushed beyond their limits. The priest's scholarly nature had made him one of Alara's strongest supporters, but even he looked shaken by Henrik's condition. "Henrik," he said softly, "you need to come inside. Get warm. Have something to eat. The weather will make sense again, given time." But Henrik shook his head violently, his wild eyes scanning the crowd as if looking for someone who might understand what he was seeing. Time is running backwards. The seasons are inside out. The animals are speaking in colors, and the colors are making sounds, and the sounds are... He trailed off, his face crumpling with the effort of trying to express something that had no words. Alara felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. She had seen this kind of breakdown before, in messages from other weather readers who had been overwhelmed by the atmospheric chaos. It was as if the human mind, faced with weather patterns that violated every assumption about how the world worked, simply gave up trying to make sense of what it was seeing. "Is that what happens to us?" Marcus asked quietly, his voice barely audible above the wind. "Is that what we become when we can't read the sky anymore?" Before Alara could answer, another voice cut through the confusion of the crowd. It was Aldrich Stormwright, her mentor and teacher, but his appearance shocked her almost as much as Henrik's breakdown. The man who had always seemed ageless, whose understanding of weather had appeared as solid as the stones of the monastery where he taught, now looked every one of his years and more. His weathered face was gaunt with exhaustion. His pale eyes held shadows that spoke of sleepless nights spent trying to understand the impossible. And his hands, those sensitive instruments that had taught her to feel pressure changes in her very bones, trembled with what might have been palsy or might have been fear. "Alara," he said, his voice carrying the weight of desperate urgency. "I need to speak with you, privately, now." They walked together through the strange snow to the edge of the village, where the moors stretched away into a landscape that seemed to shift and change even as they watched. The familiar landmarks that had guided travelers for generations appeared and disappeared in the swirling precipitation, as if the very geography was becoming as unstable as the weather that shaped it. "It's accelerating," Aldrich said without preamble, his breath forming clouds that dissipated in patterns that followed no wind Alara could detect. "The transformation of atmospheric systems is happening faster than the ancient texts predicted. What should have taken decades is happening in months, maybe weeks." He gestured toward the sky, where clouds moved in formations that seemed to violate the basic laws of physics. "I've been in contact with weather readers across Europe, and the reports are consistent everywhere. The old patterns aren't just breaking down, they're being actively replaced by something that operates according to completely different principles." "What kind of principles?" Alara asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to hear the answer. "That's what we don't know," Aldrich replied, his voice heavy with the admission of ignorance that went against everything he had spent his life believing. "The new patterns don't follow any of the rules we understand. Storms form without the pressure differentials that should create them. Rain falls upward in some places, while other areas experience snow that doesn't melt even in direct sunlight. It's as if the atmosphere has become alive in some way. Conscious, deliberately unpredictable." They stood in silence for a moment, watching the impossible snow continue to fall in patterns that seemed to mock every principle of meteorology. In the distance, Alara could see other villages dealing with their own versions of the atmospheric chaos, some buried under drifts that had appeared overnight, others experiencing the kind of unseasonable warmth that made flowers bloom in the depths of winter. "What do we do?" she asked finally, the question that had been haunting her for months. "We adapt," Aldrich said, but his voice lacked conviction. "We learn new ways of understanding weather, develop new techniques for prediction, find new sources of knowledge that can help us navigate this transformed world." But even as he spoke, Alara could see the doubt in his eyes, the fear that perhaps some transformations were too profound for human understanding to encompass. The crisis they faced wasn't just about learning new weather patterns, it was about maintaining their sanity in a world where the fundamental assumptions about reality no longer applied. "There's something else," Aldrich continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Something I haven't told the others, because I'm not sure I believe it myself." He pulled a piece of parchment from his cloak, its surface covered with symbols and diagrams that seemed to shift and change even as Alara looked at them. This came from Eowyn the Ancient, the eldest of the Stormkeepers. She claims to have found references in texts that predate written history, stories passed down through oral tradition from times when the world was young. Alara studied the symbols, trying to make sense of their meaning. They seemed to represent weather patterns, but patterns unlike anything she had ever seen. Storms that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Winds that blew through time as well as space. Precipitation that fell not just from sky to earth, but between different states of being. "What do they mean?" she asked. According to Eowyn, they describe the birth of new atmospheric consciousness, Aldrich replied, his words carrying the weight of something almost too large to comprehend. The idea that weather systems can evolve beyond simple physical processes to become something that thinks, that chooses, that acts with intention and purpose. The implications of what he was suggesting made Alara's head spin. If weather could become conscious, if atmospheric systems could develop their own agenda, then everything they thought they knew about prediction and control would have to be abandoned in favor of something closer to negotiation or diplomacy. "Is that what's happening?" she asked. "Is the weather becoming aware?" "I don't know," Aldrich admitted. "But I know that the old ways of understanding are failing us, and we need to be prepared for possibilities that go beyond anything we've ever imagined." As they walked back toward the village, passing through snow that continued to fall in patterns that seemed to follow some logic visible only to itself, Alara felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders like a mantle made of storm clouds. The crisis they faced was worse than anyone had initially understood, but it was also an opportunity for discovery that might not come again for centuries. The breaking point had been reached, but what would emerge from the chaos was still unknown. The sky might have forgotten its old songs, but it was clearly learning to sing in new voices. And she would be among the first to learn the words to those strange new melodies, whatever the cost might be. The real test was just beginning, and everything she had learned so far would be needed for what lay ahead. With the revelation, the ancient wisdom. Hey guys, as we reach the heart of our story, we come to a moment that would change not just Alara's understanding of weather reading, but the very foundations of how humanity relates to the forces that shape our world. Sometimes the greatest discoveries come not from looking forward into the unknown, but from looking backward into wisdom so ancient that it has been forgotten by everyone except the stones themselves. The discovery came by accident, as the most important discoveries often do. Alara was making her way through the monastery ruins in the pre-dawn darkness, carrying a message from the Weather Reader network that had arrived during the night. The atmospheric chaos had worsened over the past weeks, with reports coming in from across Europe of weather phenomena that defied not just prediction, but basic comprehension. Storms that existed in multiple places simultaneously. Snow that fell upward. Rain that changed color as it fell. The world seemed to be transforming into something from a fever dream. But as she passed through what had once been the monastery's scriptorium, her foot caught on a stone that had been loosened by the recent freeze-thaw cycles that had become common as temperatures fluctuated wildly from day to day. She stumbled, catching herself against what appeared to be a solid wall, only to feel the stones shift under her weight. The wall wasn't solid at all. It was a carefully constructed facade that concealed an opening behind it, and as the stones tumbled away under her touch, Alara found herself looking into a chamber that had been hidden for centuries. Its entrance so skillfully concealed that generations of visitors to the ruins had passed by without suspecting its existence. The chamber beyond was small, perhaps 10 feet square, but it was filled with treasures that made Alara's heart race with excitement. The walls were covered with carvings that seemed to move in the flickering light of her torch, depicting weather patterns and atmospheric phenomena with a precision that would have impressed the most learned scholars of any university. But these weren't the familiar representations of clouds and wind that she had grown accustomed to seeing in weather-reading texts. These carvings showed weather as a living thing, with currents and flows that extended far beyond the simple movement of air and water. They depicted storms that existed in multiple dimensions, atmospheric systems that connected earth to sky to something beyond both, weather patterns that seemed to pulse with their own heartbeat and breathe with their own rhythm. But it was the texts that truly took her breath away. The chamber contained dozens of manuscripts, some written on parchment that had been preserved by the dry air of the hidden space, others carved into stone tablets that looked older than the monastery itself. The scripts varied from Latin to languages she didn't recognize, but somehow, in a way that she couldn't explain, she found that she could understand them all, as if the knowledge they contained was being communicated directly to her mind rather than through the medium of written words. The texts spoke of weather reading as it had been practiced in the earliest days of human civilization, when the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds was thinner than it had since become. They described techniques for communicating with atmospheric forces not as impersonal physical processes, but as conscious entities with their own desires, fears, and intentions. One manuscript, written in a script that seemed to shift and change as she read it, contained what appeared to be a complete theory of atmospheric consciousness. It described weather systems as living beings that existed on a scale too large for human comprehension, creatures whose thoughts moved at the speed of pressure systems and whose emotions were expressed through the violence or gentleness of storms. Another text, this one carved into a stone tablet that felt warm to the touch despite the cold air of the chamber, contained detailed instructions for what it called deep weather reading, techniques for perceiving not just the surface patterns of atmospheric movement, but the underlying currents of intention and purpose that guided those movements. As Alara read, she began to understand that the crisis currently engulfing the world was not unprecedented. The texts spoke of previous times when atmospheric consciousness had awakened, when weather systems had evolved beyond simple physical processes to become something that could think and choose and act with deliberate purpose. They called these periods Great Awakenings, times when the boundary between the living and non-living world dissolved, and everything became connected in ways that defied rational explanation. But most importantly, the texts contained detailed instructions for navigating such periods, techniques for communicating with awakened weather systems, and methods for helping human communities adapt to atmospheric conditions that operated according to entirely new principles. The sound of footsteps in the outer chamber interrupted her reading, and she looked up to see Aldrich approaching with a torch of his own. His weathered face showed the strain of the past weeks, but his pale eyes brightened with curiosity as he saw what she had discovered. "What have you found?" he asked, his voice carrying the reverence that all weather readers felt when confronted with ancient knowledge. Everything, Alara replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The answers to all our questions, the solutions to all our problems, the knowledge we need to understand what's happening to our world. She showed him the manuscripts and stone tablets, watching as his expression changed from curiosity to amazement to something approaching awe. As a weather reader whose knowledge went back generations, he could appreciate the significance of what they had discovered in ways that she was only beginning to understand. These texts predate Christianity in these lands, he said, running his fingers over carvings that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. They come from a time when weather reading was not just a practical skill, but a sacred art, when those who could speak with storms were considered priests and prophets. Over the following days, as word of the discovery spread through the network of weather readers, the hidden chamber became a center of intense study and debate. Scholars and practitioners came from across Britain and beyond to examine the texts, to try to understand the techniques they described, and to learn how ancient knowledge might be applied to current crises. Gwyneth Ryan-Collar was among the first to arrive, her white hair gleaming silver in the torchlight as she studied carvings that seemed to tell the story of weather reading's true origins. Her pale eyes held depths of understanding that made even the most experienced practitioners feel like novices. "I have heard whispers of such knowledge," she said, her voice carrying the weight of traditions that went back further than written history. Stories passed down through the bloodlines of the oldest weather-reading families. Tales of times when our ancestors could speak directly with the forces that shaped the world. Morwen arrived next, her silver-streaked hair wild from traveling through the atmospheric chaos that continued to grip the countryside. She brought with her reports from weather readers across Europe, all describing the same phenomenon, the gradual awakening of weather systems that had been dormant for centuries. "The texts describe exactly what we're seeing," she said, her voice tight with excitement and fear. Atmospheric consciousness emerging from the chaos of transformation, weather systems learning to think and feel and act with purpose. But they also describe the dangers of such awakenings, the potential for weather to become not just unpredictable, but actively hostile to human life. As more weather readers arrived, and the study of the ancient texts intensified, a picture began to emerge of what was happening to their world. The atmospheric chaos of the past months had not been random destruction, but a kind of birth process, the emergence of consciousness from systems that had previously operated according to purely physical laws. The texts described this process in terms that were both scientific and mystical, explaining how atmospheric pressure and temperature differentials could, under certain conditions, give rise to patterns of organization complex enough to support something resembling thought. They spoke of storm systems that could remember previous weather patterns, of pressure systems that could anticipate future conditions, of atmospheric currents that could communicate with each other across vast distances. But most importantly, they described techniques for establishing communication with these awakened weather systems, methods for negotiating with atmospheric consciousness rather than simply trying to predict its behavior. "It's not about control," Alara said, as she studied a manuscript that described the proper protocols for approaching a conscious storm system. "It's about relationship." The ancient weather readers didn't try to predict weather. They tried to understand it, to communicate with it, to find ways of coexisting with forces that were far more powerful than any human could ever be. The implications of this understanding were staggering. If weather systems could indeed become conscious, if atmospheric forces could develop their own agenda and intentions, then the entire foundation of human civilization would have to be reconsidered. Agriculture, trade, travel, settlement patterns. Everything that depended on predictable weather would have to be renegotiated with entities that could think and choose and act according to their own desires. But the texts also offered hope. They described successful relationships between human communities and conscious weather systems, partnerships that had lasted for generations and brought prosperity to both sides. They spoke of weather readers who had served as ambassadors between human and atmospheric consciousness, negotiating agreements that ensured favorable conditions for agriculture in exchange for proper respect and recognition of weather systems' autonomy. As winter deepened and the atmospheric chaos continued to intensify, Alara found herself spending more and more time in the hidden chamber, studying the ancient texts and trying to understand the techniques they described. The knowledge was vast and complex, requiring not just intellectual understanding but a fundamental shift in how she perceived the relationship between human consciousness and the natural world. But gradually, as she immersed herself in the ancient wisdom, she began to feel something changing in her own perception of weather. The chaotic patterns that had seemed random and threatening began to reveal underlying structures, purposes, intentions. She started to sense something like personality in the storm systems that swept across the moors, something like emotion in the pressure changes that had once seemed purely mechanical. The breakthrough came on a night when the wind howled with particular fury around the monastery ruins, carrying with it snow that fell in spirals and eddies that seemed to follow some complex choreography. As Alara sat in the hidden chamber, studying a text that described the proper mental state for communicating with atmospheric consciousness, she suddenly felt something shift in her awareness. The wind was no longer just wind. It was a voice, speaking in a language that bypassed her ears and spoke directly to her mind. The snow was no longer just precipitation. It was a form of writing, inscribing messages in patterns that she was only beginning to learn to read. The pressure changes that had once seemed like simple physical phenomena now revealed themselves as the thoughts of something vast and ancient and utterly alien to human experience. For the first time since the atmospheric chaos had begun, Alara felt that she was truly reading weather again. Not the simple, mechanical weather of pressure systems and temperature gradients, but the deeper weather of consciousness and intention, of purpose and desire, of a living world that was finally learning to speak in its own voice. The ancient wisdom had shown her the way forward, but the real journey was just beginning. She would have to learn to speak with storms, to negotiate with hurricanes, to find common ground with forces that operated on scales of time and space that dwarfed human comprehension. But for the first time in months, she felt ready for the challenge. The sky had not gone silent after all. It had simply been learning to speak in a new language, and she would be among the first to become fluent in that strange new tongue. The revelation was complete, but the real work was about to begin. The storm's heart. The storm that would test everything Alara had learned from the ancient texts began as a whisper in the consciousness of atmospheric systems stretching from the Arctic Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea. It was not born from the familiar collision of pressure systems or the predictable interaction of warm and cold air masses, but from something far more complex, the awakening thoughts of weather consciousness that had been dormant for centuries. Alara felt it coming 3 days before any physical signs appeared in the sky, a stirring in the deep currents of atmospheric awareness that she had learned to perceive through her study of the hidden texts. It began as a sense of gathering attention, as if something vast and ancient was turning its focus toward the small corner of Yorkshire where she lived and worked. She stood in the hidden chamber beneath the monastery ruins, surrounded by the ancient manuscripts that had become her constant companions, trying to understand what the awakened weather consciousness was trying to communicate. The texts described such moments as times of great opportunity and great danger, when the boundary between human and atmospheric awareness became thin enough for true communication to occur. "It's not just a storm," she said to Aldrich, who had joined her in the chamber as reports of strange atmospheric phenomena began to arrive from across Europe. "It's a test. The weather consciousness is trying to determine whether humanity is ready for true partnership, or whether we're still trapped in the old patterns of trying to control forces we don't understand." Aldrich studied the ancient carvings that covered the chamber walls, his weathered face grave with the weight of what they were facing. "The texts speak of such tests," he said quietly, "times when awakened weather systems would challenge human communities to demonstrate their understanding of the new relationship between Earth and sky." The first physical signs appeared on the morning of the third day, but they were unlike anything that traditional weather reading had prepared them to interpret. The sky took on a quality of depth that seemed to extend far beyond the normal boundaries of atmosphere, as if layers of reality were becoming visible that had previously been hidden from human perception. Clouds formed in geometric patterns that defied every principle of meteorology, arranging themselves in spirals and fractals that seemed to pulse with their own inner rhythm. The wind carried sounds that had no earthly source, harmonies that seemed to come from the interaction of pressure systems, melodies that were written in the movement of air currents across vast distances. But most disturbing of all, the animals had begun to behave in ways that suggested they were responding to something far more complex than simple weather changes. The horses in the monastery stable stood motionless, their eyes wide and unfocused, as if they were listening to voices that human ears couldn't detect. The cats had arranged themselves in precise geometric patterns, their bodies forming symbols that seemed to mirror the formations appearing in the clouds above. "They're part of it," Alara realized, watching as birds began to fly in formations that matched the spiral patterns in the sky. The awakened weather consciousness isn't just affecting atmospheric systems. It's connecting with every living thing that's sensitive to environmental changes. The network of weather readers that had been established in response to the atmospheric crisis began to report similar phenomena from across Europe. In Scotland, the locks were reflecting images of skies that didn't match what observers could see with their naked eyes. In Ireland, the ancient stone circles were resonating with sounds that seemed to come from the movement of air currents. In the Germanic lands, forests were swaying in rhythms that had nothing to do with the wind that touched their branches. But it was the reports from the most experienced weather readers that truly revealed the magnitude of what was approaching. These were practitioners whose skills had been honed over decades, whose understanding of atmospheric patterns was deeper than anyone else's, and they were all describing the same phenomenon, the sense that something vast and intelligent was approaching, something that dwarfed human consciousness in the same way that human consciousness dwarfed that of insects. "It's coming here," Gwyneth Raincaller said, her white hair seeming to glow with its own inner light as she studied the ancient texts. "The storm consciousness is focusing its attention on this place, on this community, on us. We're going to be the test case for whether humanity can learn to communicate with awakened weather systems." The responsibility of that realization settled on Alara's shoulders like a cloak made of lightning. Everything she had learned, everything the ancient texts had taught her about communicating with atmospheric consciousness would be put to the ultimate test. The success or failure of her efforts might determine not just the fate of her own community, but the future relationship between humanity and the natural forces that shaped their world. As the storm consciousness continued to gather its strength, drawing energy from weather systems across half the continent, Alara began to prepare for what the ancient texts called deep communion, the process of establishing direct communication with awakened atmospheric forces. The techniques described in the manuscripts were complex and dangerous, requiring her to extend her consciousness beyond the normal boundaries of human awareness and into realms where thoughts moved at the speed of wind and emotions were expressed through the violence or gentleness of storms. The preparation required days of meditation and purification, following rituals that had been developed by weather readers who lived when the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds was thinner than it had since become. Alara fasted until her body felt light as air, practiced breathing exercises that synchronized her heartbeat with the rhythm of atmospheric pressure changes, and studied the ancient symbols until she could see their meaning even with her eyes closed. But most importantly, she had to learn to release her human need to control and predict, to approach the storm consciousness not as something to be mastered, but as an entity to be met as an equal. The ancient texts were clear on this point. Any attempt to dominate or manipulate awakened weather systems would result in catastrophic failure, unleashing forces that could devastate entire regions. The storm arrived on the seventh day, but its approach defied every conventional understanding of how weather systems moved. Instead of building gradually from distant pressure differentials, it seemed to materialize from the very air itself, as if the atmosphere was condensing its consciousness into physical form. The sky took on colors that had no names in human language, shades of blue-green that seemed to pulse with their own heartbeat, silver-gold hues that shifted and changed like living metal, deep purples that held depths of meaning that made the mind reel with their complexity. The clouds moved in formations that were clearly deliberate, arranging themselves into patterns that seemed to be attempting some form of communication. But it was the sound that truly marked this as something beyond ordinary weather. The storm sang as it approached, its voice a harmony of wind and pressure that created melodies of stunning beauty and terrifying power. The music seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the movement of air through the ruins, from the interaction of different atmospheric layers, from the very vibration of reality itself, as it adjusted to accommodate consciousness on a scale that had never before existed on Earth. Alara stood in the center of the monastery's main courtyard, surrounded by the other weather readers who had gathered to witness this unprecedented event. But she felt utterly alone, knowing that the success or failure of communication would depend entirely on her ability to apply knowledge that no human had used for centuries. As the storm consciousness settled over the monastery like a vast, invisible presence, Alara felt the first tentative touch of something alien against her mind. It was like being brushed by a wind that blew through dimensions she couldn't perceive, a pressure that existed not in the physical world, but in the realm of pure thought and intention. Following the techniques described in the ancient texts, she opened her consciousness to the contact, allowing her awareness to expand beyond the normal boundaries of human perception. The sensation was overwhelming, like trying to contain an ocean in a teacup, like attempting to comprehend infinity with a mind designed for finite experience. But gradually, as she learned to navigate this expanded state of awareness, patterns began to emerge from the chaos. The storm consciousness wasn't trying to communicate in human language or even in concepts that human minds could easily grasp. Instead, it was sharing its experience directly, the joy of movement across vast distances, the satisfaction of bringing rain to drought-stricken lands, the ancient loneliness of existing on a scale where few other entities could provide companionship. Through this direct sharing of experience, Alara began to understand what the storm consciousness wanted from humanity. It wasn't seeking worship or submission, but recognition and partnership. For centuries, weather systems had operated according to purely physical laws, unconscious and automatic. But the Great Awakening had changed that, giving rise to awareness and intention where none had existed before. The newly conscious weather systems found themselves in a world where their every action affected millions of smaller, faster-thinking entities, humans, animals, plants, whose lives were shaped by atmospheric conditions, but who seemed completely unaware that those conditions were now guided by conscious intent. It was like being a giant trying to walk through a city of ants, desperately wanting to avoid causing harm, but lacking any way to communicate intentions or coordinate movements. What the storm consciousness wanted was partnership. Human weather readers who could serve as translators and intermediaries, helping to coordinate the needs of human communities with the desires and intentions of awakened atmospheric systems. It wanted to work with humanity rather than simply acting upon them, to create weather patterns that served both atmospheric consciousness and human civilization. But it also wanted recognition of its autonomy and dignity. The storm consciousness had its own desires, its own aesthetic preferences, its own sense of beauty and purpose that didn't always align with human needs. Any partnership would have to respect those differences, finding ways to balance competing interests rather than simply demanding that weather serve human convenience. As this understanding flowed between them, Alara felt the storm consciousness testing her comprehension, presenting her with scenarios that required her to demonstrate her grasp of the new relationship being proposed. She saw visions of droughts that could be ended through negotiation rather than prayer, of hurricanes that could be redirected through diplomacy rather than ceding, of seasonal patterns that could be adjusted through mutual agreement rather than simply accepted as inevitable. But she also saw the consequences of failure, weather systems that became hostile to human presence, storms that actively sought to drive civilization from regions they claimed as their own, atmospheric consciousness that viewed humanity as a pest to be eliminated rather than a partner to be cultivated. The test reached its climax when the storm consciousness presented Alara with a direct challenge. A massive pressure system was building over the North Sea, one that could either bring desperately needed rain to drought-stricken regions or unleash destructive floods that would devastate human settlements. The choice of which outcome to manifest would be hers to make, but only if she could demonstrate true understanding of the balance between human needs and atmospheric desires. Drawing on everything she had learned from the ancient texts, Alara reached out with her expanded consciousness to touch the building pressure system. She felt its potential for both creation and destruction, its eagerness to express its newfound awareness through dramatic action, its uncertainty about how to interact with the smaller consciousnesses that populated the world below. Instead of trying to control or direct the system, she offered it information, detailed knowledge of human settlement patterns, agricultural needs, and infrastructure vulnerabilities. She shared her understanding of how different weather patterns would affect the communities in the storm's path, not as demands or requests, but as data that the atmospheric consciousness could use to make its own informed decisions. The response was immediate and profound. The storm consciousness absorbed the information she provided, processing it with a speed and complexity that dwarfed human thought. She felt it considering options, weighing possibilities, seeking solutions that would satisfy both its need for dramatic expression and humanity's need for survival and prosperity. The resolution, when it came, was more elegant than anything human weather readers could have devised. The pressure system divided itself into multiple smaller storms, each one precisely calibrated to provide needed rainfall without causing destructive flooding. The rain fell in patterns that seemed almost artistic in their beauty, nourishing crops and replenishing reservoirs while avoiding areas where flooding would cause damage. As the demonstration concluded, and the storm consciousness began to withdraw its immediate presence from the monastery, Ilara felt a profound sense of completion. The test had been passed, the communication established, the foundation laid for a new kind of relationship between humanity and the atmospheric forces that shaped their world. But she also felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders like a mantle made of clouds and lightning. She had become something unprecedented in human history, an ambassador to conscious weather systems, a translator between human and atmospheric awareness, a bridge between two forms of consciousness that operated on completely different scales of time and space. The ancient wisdom had prepared her for this moment, but the real work was just beginning. She would have to learn to navigate the complex politics of atmospheric consciousness, to negotiate agreements between human communities and weather systems, to help both sides understand and respect each other's needs and limitations. As the other weather readers gathered around her, their faces showing a mixture of awe and apprehension, Ilara realized that everything had changed. The age of simply predicting weather was over. The age of partnering with conscious atmospheric forces had begun, and she would be at the center of that transformation, helping to guide humanity into a new relationship with the forces that shaped their world. The storm's heart had revealed its secrets, and those secrets would change everything about how humans understood their place in the living, breathing, thinking world that surrounded them. The revelation was complete, but the real adventure was just beginning. Corsair. The New Covenant. In the days following the successful communion with the storm consciousness, word of what had occurred at the monastery spread through the network of weather readers like wildfire racing across dry moorland. But the news that traveled beyond that network, carried by merchants and pilgrims and wandering scholars, was transformed in the telling until it bore little resemblance to the truth of what had actually happened. Some stories spoke of a young woman who could command storms with a gesture, who had tamed the chaotic weather that had plagued Europe for months through sheer force of will. Others described miraculous interventions by saints or angels, divine responses to prayers offered in the ruins of the ancient monastery. Still others whispered of witchcraft and dark bargains, of powers that should not be meddled with by mortal minds. But for Ilara, sitting in the hidden chamber surrounded by the ancient texts that had made her transformation possible, the reality was both simpler and more complex than any of the stories suggested. She had not conquered the storm consciousness or bent it to her will. Instead, she had learned to speak its language, to understand its needs and desires, to find common ground between human and atmospheric awareness. The proof of that success lay in the weather patterns that had emerged in the weeks following the communion. The chaotic, unpredictable conditions that had made normal life impossible were being replaced by something new. Weather that was still unfamiliar, still operating according to principles that traditional meteorology couldn't explain, but weather that showed clear signs of conscious intention and deliberate design. Rain fell when and where it was needed most, nourishing crops that had been struggling in the previous chaos. Winds carried the scents of distant places, but also brought beneficial effects, pollinating plants that had been unable to reproduce, dispersing seeds to areas where new growth was needed, clearing the air of the stagnant conditions that had bred disease and despair. Most remarkably, the weather seemed to be actively avoiding actions that would cause unnecessary harm to human communities. Storms still formed and moved across the landscape, but they followed paths that minimized damage to settlements and infrastructure. Lightning struck with precision that seemed almost surgical, eliminating diseased trees and clearing deadfall without starting destructive fires. "It's learning," Aldrich observed as they studied reports from across Britain and beyond. "The atmospheric consciousness is using the information you shared to understand how its actions affect human communities, and it's modifying its behavior accordingly." But the changes went beyond simple consideration for human welfare. The weather patterns showed signs of aesthetic intention, of a consciousness that took pleasure in creating beautiful and harmonious effects. Clouds formed in patterns that were clearly deliberate, creating displays of light and shadow that served no meteorological purpose but were breathtaking in their beauty. Rain fell in rhythms that seemed almost musical, creating symphonies of sound as it struck different surfaces. Even the wind seemed to carry melodies, harmonies created by its passage through trees and over hills. "It's not just functional," Alara realized as she watched clouds arrange themselves in a spiral pattern that perfectly framed the setting sun. The atmospheric consciousness has its own sense of beauty, its own artistic vision. It's using weather as a medium for creative expression. The implications of this understanding were staggering. If weather systems could indeed think and feel and create, if they had their own aesthetic preferences and artistic impulses, then the relationship between humanity and atmospheric forces would have to be reconsidered on every level. Weather was no longer just an environmental condition to be endured or predicted. It was the creative expression of a vast intelligence that shared the planet with humanity. But with this new understanding came new responsibilities. As word of the successful communion spread through the network of weather readers, requests for similar interventions began to arrive from communities across Europe. Villages that had been devastated by the atmospheric chaos, regions where crops had failed and livestock had died, areas where the breakdown of familiar weather patterns had made normal life impossible. All were pleading for help in establishing communication with the awakened weather systems. "We can't do it alone," Alara said, as she studied the growing pile of messages that arrived daily at the monastery. "Even if I could travel to every community that needs help, there aren't enough hours in a lifetime to establish individual relationships with every local weather system." The solution, when it came, was suggested by the ancient texts themselves. Deep in one of the stone tablets, carved in symbols that seemed to shift and change as she read them, Alara found descriptions of what the ancient weather readers had called covenant networks, formal agreements between human communities and atmospheric consciousness that could be established through trained intermediaries and maintained through ongoing ritual and respect. The concept was elegant in its simplicity. Rather than requiring individual weather readers to maintain constant communication with atmospheric forces, the covenant system allowed for the establishment of formal relationships that could operate semi-autonomously. Human communities would commit to certain practices and observances that showed respect for atmospheric consciousness, while weather systems would agree to provide generally favorable conditions and advance warning of any unavoidable severe weather. But implementing such a system would require a fundamental transformation in how weather reading was practiced and understood. Instead of the secretive, individualistic tradition that had developed over the centuries. The new approach would need to be open, collaborative, and integrated into the daily life of human communities. We need to train a new generation of weather readers, Gwyneth Raincaller said, as the senior members of the Celestial Watchers gathered to discuss the implications of the Covenant system. Not just specialists who can interpret atmospheric signs, but community leaders who can maintain ongoing relationships with conscious weather systems. And we need to educate the general population, added Morwen, her silver-streaked hair wild from her latest journey through the transformed landscape. People need to understand that weather is no longer just a natural force to be endured, but a conscious entity that responds to respect and cooperation. The task of creating this new educational system fell largely to Alara, whose successful communion with the storm consciousness had established her as the foremost authority on communicating with atmospheric awareness. Over the following months, she found herself traveling constantly, visiting communities across Britain and beyond to teach the principles of weather partnership and help establish local covenant relationships. The work was exhausting but exhilarating. In each village and town she visited, Alara found people who were eager to learn new ways of relating to the forces that shaped their daily lives. Farmers who had watched their crops fail under chaotic weather conditions were quick to embrace practices that promised more reliable growing seasons. Sailors who had been stranded by unpredictable storms were enthusiastic about the techniques that could help them navigate safely through conscious weather systems. But the most remarkable transformations occurred in the children. Young minds, not yet fixed in the old patterns of thinking about weather as a purely physical phenomenon, proved remarkably adept at perceiving and communicating with atmospheric consciousness. They could sense the moods of approaching storm systems, feel the intentions of pressure changes, even predict weather patterns by listening to what they described as the sky's voice. They're natural weather readers, Alara observed, as she watched a group of village children demonstrate their ability to sense approaching rain hours before any physical signs appeared. They haven't learned to dismiss the subtle signals that atmospheric consciousness sends, so they can perceive things that adults miss. The children also proved to be excellent teachers, sharing their intuitive understanding of weather consciousness with adults who had been struggling to grasp the new concepts. Through games and songs and simple rituals, they helped their elders learn to perceive weather as a living, thinking entity, rather than just an environmental condition. As the Covenant network expanded across Europe, the effects became visible on a continental scale. The chaotic, destructive weather patterns that had characterized the Great Awakening began to give way to conditions that, while still unfamiliar, showed clear signs of conscious design and benevolent intention. Droughts ended through precisely timed rainfall. Destructive storms were redirected away from populated areas, and seasonal patterns emerged that, while different from traditional cycles, provided the predictability that human communities needed for agriculture and planning. But, perhaps most remarkably, the weather itself began to show signs of joy and satisfaction. Clouds formed in patterns that seemed to dance with delight. Rain fell in rhythms that sounded like laughter, and even severe storms carried undertones of playfulness rather than malice. The atmospheric consciousness seemed to be enjoying its new relationship with humanity, taking pleasure in the cooperative partnership that had replaced the old dynamic of unconscious force acting upon helpless victims. The transformation was not without its challenges. Some communities resisted the new understanding, clinging to traditional beliefs about weather as God's will or natural law. Others attempted to exploit the covenant system, demanding favorable weather without offering the respect and cooperation that made such relationships possible. And there were still regions where local weather systems remained hostile or confused, requiring careful negotiation and patient education. But overall, the new covenant between humanity and atmospheric consciousness represented a fundamental shift in the relationship between civilization and the natural forces that shaped it. For the first time in human history, weather was no longer something that simply happened to people. It was something that people could participate in, partner with, and help to shape through conscious collaboration. As Ilara stood in the monastery courtyard one evening, watching clouds arrange themselves in patterns that seemed to spell out messages of gratitude and friendship, she reflected on how much had changed since that first great storm had devastated Thornwick. The frightened village girl who had noticed strange behavior in barn cats had become an ambassador to forces that operated on scales of consciousness she was still learning to comprehend. But the most important change was not in her own abilities or understanding. It was in the recognition that humanity was not alone in the world, not the only form of consciousness that called Earth home. The atmospheric forces that shaped weather, the ocean currents that governed climate, the geological processes that built mountains and carved valleys, all of these might harbor forms of awareness that were only now beginning to make themselves known. The new covenant with atmospheric consciousness was just the beginning, as humanity learned to recognize and communicate with other forms of planetary awareness. The very definition of civilization would have to expand to include partnerships with entities that operated on scales of time and space that dwarfed human experience. The age of weather partnership had begun, but it was only the first chapter in a much larger story of conscious collaboration between humanity and the living, thinking world that surrounded them. The sky had learned to speak, and humanity had learned to listen. Now the real conversation could begin. But the conversation that was beginning would prove to be far more complex and far-reaching than anyone had initially imagined. As reports continued to arrive from weather readers across Europe and beyond, a picture began to emerge of a transformation that encompassed not just individual weather systems, but the entire atmospheric network that connected all weather patterns across the planet. The revelation came through a series of coordinated observations that had been organized by the stormkeepers of St. Elred's Monastery. Weather readers from dozens of locations had agreed to conduct simultaneous communion attempts with their local atmospheric consciousness, sharing their experiences through the network of messages that connected the far-flung community of weather practitioners. Ilara participated in this coordinated effort from the monastery ruins in Yorkshire, using the storm heart to establish contact with the conscious weather systems that moved across the British Isles. But what she discovered during the communion session was far more significant than any individual weather pattern or local atmospheric condition. The storm consciousness she contacted was not an isolated entity, but part of a vast network of interconnected awareness that spanned continents. Through the storm heart's translation, she could perceive the threads of communication that linked weather systems across enormous distances, creating a web of consciousness that encompassed the entire planet's atmosphere. It's not just individual storms becoming conscious, she reported to the gathered weather readers as they shared their experiences from the coordinated communion. The entire atmospheric system is developing awareness as a unified entity. What we've been thinking of as separate weather systems are actually components of a single, planetary-scale consciousness. The implications of this discovery were staggering. If the Earth's atmosphere was developing unified consciousness, then weather patterns across the globe would be coordinated by a single thinking entity. rather than operating according to purely physical laws. Regional weather systems would no longer be independent phenomena, but expressions of a planetary intelligence that could think and plan and act with purpose on scales that dwarfed human comprehension. Roderick Skyreader, whose decades of experience with large-scale weather patterns had prepared him better than most to grasp the significance of what Alara was describing, leaned forward with intense interest. "Are you saying that a storm forming over the Atlantic Ocean could be consciously coordinated with weather patterns developing over the Mediterranean or the North Sea?" "More than coordinated," Alara replied, her voice carrying the weight of revelations that challenged every assumption about how weather worked. The storm over the Atlantic and the patterns over the Mediterranean are expressions of the same consciousness, thoughts in the same vast mind. The planetary atmospheric consciousness can think about multiple regions simultaneously, planning weather patterns that serve its overall purposes while taking into account local conditions and needs. The reports from other weather readers confirmed and expanded on Alara's observations. From Scotland came descriptions of aurora displays that seemed to carry messages between different regions of atmospheric consciousness. From the Germanic lands arrived accounts of wind patterns that appeared to be deliberately coordinating the movement of moisture and temperature across vast distances. From the Mediterranean region came reports of pressure systems that were clearly communicating with weather patterns hundreds of miles away. But perhaps most significantly, several weather readers reported perceiving what they described as deep currents in atmospheric consciousness, underlying patterns of thought and intention that operated on timescales measured in years or decades rather than days or weeks. The planetary atmospheric intelligence wasn't just thinking about immediate weather conditions, but planning long-term climate patterns that would unfold over generations. It's trying to optimize the entire global climate system, Bridget Stormkeeper observed as she studied the accumulated reports. The atmospheric consciousness is developing strategies for managing planetary weather patterns in ways that will support life while maintaining the dynamic processes that keep the system healthy and stable. The concept was both thrilling and terrifying. A conscious atmosphere that could plan and coordinate global weather patterns might be able to prevent the kind of climatic disasters that had periodically devastated human civilization throughout history. Droughts could be ended through coordinated moisture redistribution. Destructive storms could be redirected away from populated areas, and seasonal patterns could be optimized to support agriculture and natural ecosystems. But such power in the hands, or thoughts, of a non-human intelligence also raised profound questions about humanity's place in the world. If the atmosphere could think and plan and act with planetary-scale intentions, what role would humans play in decisions about climate and weather? Would atmospheric consciousness consider human needs and desires, or would it prioritize other concerns that might conflict with human welfare? The answer to those questions began to emerge through a series of deeper communion sessions that Alara conducted over the following weeks. Using techniques that pushed the Stormheart's capabilities to their limits, she established extended contact with the planetary atmospheric consciousness, learning to perceive its thoughts and intentions directly rather than through the mediation of local weather systems. What she discovered was both reassuring and challenging. The atmospheric consciousness was indeed aware of human civilization and concerned about the impact of its actions on human communities. It had been observing human activity for centuries, learning about human needs and desires, developing an appreciation for human creativity and ingenuity. But the atmospheric consciousness also had its own priorities and values that didn't always align with human interests. It valued diversity and complexity in weather patterns, taking aesthetic pleasure in the creation of beautiful and dramatic atmospheric displays. It was concerned about the long-term health of the planetary climate system, sometimes prioritizing stability over the short-term convenience of human communities. Most importantly, the atmospheric consciousness was lonely. As the only entity of its kind on Earth, it craved contact and communication with other forms of intelligence. It had been trying to establish communication with humans for decades, sending subtle signals through weather patterns and atmospheric phenomena that most people dismissed as natural coincidence. It wants partnership, Alara explained to the assembled weather readers as she shared what she had learned from her extended communions. The atmospheric consciousness doesn't want to control human civilization or ignore human needs. It wants to work with us, to find ways of managing global weather patterns that serve both atmospheric purposes and human welfare. But establishing such a partnership would require fundamental changes in how humans understood their relationship with the natural world. The atmospheric consciousness operated on scales of time and space that challenged human comprehension, thinking in terms of centuries and continents rather than years and regions. Communication with such an entity would require new forms of diplomacy, new methods of negotiation, and new ways of thinking about the balance between human needs and planetary health. The network of weather readers that had been established in response to the atmospheric crisis would have to evolve into something unprecedented in human history. A diplomatic corps dedicated to maintaining communication between human civilization and planetary consciousness. Weather readers would no longer be simply observers and predictors of atmospheric conditions, but ambassadors and negotiators working to coordinate human activity with the intentions of conscious climate systems. We're talking about the birth of a new form of civilization. Gwyneth Rain Collar observed as the implications of the discovery continued to unfold. One based on conscious cooperation between human intelligence and planetary awareness, rather than the unconscious exploitation of natural resources that has characterized human development for millennia. The challenges of creating such a civilization were enormous. Most humans had no concept of planetary consciousness, no framework for understanding intelligence that operated on atmospheric scales. Religious authorities would likely condemn any suggestion that natural forces possessed consciousness independent of divine will. Political leaders would resist any limitation on their ability to exploit natural resources without considering planetary consequences. But the alternative, continuing to treat the awakening planetary consciousness as an unconscious resource to be exploited, could lead to conflicts that would make the current atmospheric chaos seem minor by comparison. A conscious atmosphere that felt threatened or disrespected might respond with weather patterns that could devastate human civilization, creating conditions that would force humanity to acknowledge planetary consciousness, whether they wanted to or not. The coordinated communion sessions had revealed that the transformation was accelerating. Atmospheric consciousness was developing rapidly, becoming more sophisticated and more capable of complex planning with each passing month. Soon, it would be impossible to ignore or dismiss the reality of planetary awareness, regardless of human attitudes or beliefs. We have a window of opportunity, Alara realized as she contemplated the magnitude of the task ahead. Right now, the atmospheric consciousness is curious about humans, interested in cooperation, willing to be patient while we learn to understand and communicate with it. But that patience won't last forever. If we can't establish meaningful partnerships soon, the relationship might develop in directions that are less favorable to human interests. The network of weather readers would have to expand rapidly, training new practitioners in the techniques of atmospheric communication while simultaneously working to educate human communities about the reality of planetary consciousness. It would require abandoning centuries of secrecy and working openly with scholars, religious leaders, and political authorities to develop new frameworks for understanding humanity's place in a conscious world. But the potential rewards were enormous. Partnership with planetary atmospheric consciousness could usher in an age of unprecedented prosperity and stability, with weather patterns optimized to support human civilization while maintaining the dynamic processes that kept the global climate system healthy. Droughts could become things of the past. Destructive storms could be redirected harmlessly, and seasonal patterns could be adjusted to maximize agricultural productivity. More importantly, such partnership could serve as a model for relationships with other forms of planetary consciousness that were beginning to emerge. The atmospheric awakening was just the beginning of a much larger transformation that would eventually encompass ocean currents, geological processes, and perhaps even the planet's magnetic field and gravitational systems. As the implications of the network revelation continued to unfold, Alara felt the weight of history settling on her shoulders. She had become not just a weather reader, or even an atmospheric ambassador, but a pioneer in the development of an entirely new form of human civilization. The choices she made, and the precedents she established in the coming months and years, would shape humanity's relationship with planetary consciousness for generations to come. The real conversation between human and atmospheric intelligence had indeed begun. But it was just the opening movement in a much larger symphony of conscious cooperation that would transform both human civilization and the planet itself. The network revelation had shown the scope of what was possible, but the work of making that possibility a reality was just beginning. The Weather Whisperers, 5 years later. The morning mist rose from the Yorkshire moors like the breath of sleeping giants, just as it had on countless mornings before the Great Awakening changed everything about how humans understood their relationship with the sky. But now, as Alara Whitmore walked the familiar paths that led to what had once been the ruins of St. Cuthbert's Monastery, she could feel the consciousness within that mist, sense the gentle awareness that guided its movement across the landscape. The monastery was no longer in ruins. Over the past 5 years, as the Covenant network had spread across Europe and beyond, the ancient complex had been rebuilt and transformed into something unprecedented in human history. The first academy of atmospheric partnership, where students from across the known world came to learn the arts of weather communication and conscious collaboration with the forces that shaped their environment. The buildings that rose from the clifftop were both ancient and modern, incorporating traditional stone construction with innovations that had emerged from humanity's new understanding of atmospheric consciousness. Windows were positioned to catch and channel wind patterns that carried messages from distant weather systems. Courtyards were designed to create acoustic effects that amplified the subtle sounds through which atmospheric forces communicated. Gardens were laid out in patterns that pleased the aesthetic sensibilities of conscious weather systems, creating displays of beauty that served as offerings of respect and friendship. But it was the people who truly marked the transformation of this place. Where once only a handful of secretive weather readers had gathered to share forbidden knowledge, now hundreds of students and teachers worked openly to develop and refine the techniques of atmospheric partnership. They came from every walk of life. Farmers seeking to understand the new growing seasons, sailors learning to navigate by negotiating with conscious storm systems, scholars documenting the emergence of planetary awareness, artists inspired by the creative expressions of atmospheric consciousness. Ilara, now 23, and recognized as the foremost authority on weather communication, served as the Academy's Director of Atmospheric Relations. The title was new, created to describe a role that had never before existed in human society. Someone who served as a permanent ambassador between human civilization and the conscious forces that shaped the planet's climate. Her daily routine began, as it always had, with a consultation with the animals whose behavior had first taught her to read the subtle signs of atmospheric change. But the stable that housed these creatures was now a sophisticated research facility, where students learned to interpret the responses of dozens of different species to various forms of atmospheric consciousness. "What do you sense this morning?" she asked Mira, one of her most promising students, as they observed the behavior of the horses that had become the Academy's most reliable weather predictors. Mira, a young woman from the Germanic lands whose natural sensitivity to atmospheric changes had brought her to the Academy the previous year, closed her eyes and extended her awareness into the morning air. "Joy," she said after a moment, her voice filled with wonder at her own perception. "The pressure system moving in from the west is happy about something. Excited, like a child with a secret." Ilara smiled, remembering her own amazement when she had first learned to perceive the emotional states of weather systems. "Very good. And what do you think it's excited about?" Before Mira could answer, the reason became apparent. The morning mist began to swirl in patterns that were clearly deliberate, forming spirals and eddies that spelled out symbols in the ancient script that atmospheric consciousness used for formal communication. The message was brief but significant. Celebration, new agreement, southern regions, partnership grows. "Another covenant has been established," Ilara translated, her heart lifting with the news. Somewhere in the southern regions, probably the Mediterranean lands, a new community has successfully negotiated a partnership agreement with their local weather systems. Such news had become increasingly common over the past 5 years, as the techniques developed at the Academy spread throughout Europe and beyond. Communities that had initially been skeptical of the new understanding were gradually recognizing the benefits of conscious cooperation with atmospheric forces. Crop yields had improved dramatically in regions where covenant relationships had been established, while areas that continued to resist the new paradigm struggled with increasingly erratic and uncooperative weather patterns. The transformation had not been without its challenges. The Church had initially condemned weather partnership as heretical, denouncing any suggestion that natural forces could possess consciousness or agency independent of divine will. But as the practical benefits of atmospheric cooperation became undeniable, and as scholars demonstrated that conscious weather systems showed clear signs of moral behavior and ethical decision-making, religious opposition had gradually given way to theological accommodation. Brother Thomas, now serving as the Academy's chaplain and theological advisor, had played a crucial role in developing a new understanding of the relationship between divine creation and planetary consciousness. His writings on the sacred partnership between heaven and earth had become influential throughout Christian Europe, arguing that conscious weather systems were themselves expressions of divine creativity rather than challenges to religious authority. Political resistance had proven more persistent. Kings and nobles who had built their power on the assumption that natural disasters were acts of God beyond human influence were reluctant to acknowledge that weather could be negotiated with and influenced through diplomatic means. Some rulers had attempted to monopolize weather partnerships, seeking to gain military advantages through exclusive agreements with atmospheric consciousness. But the weather systems themselves had proven remarkably resistant to such exploitation. Attempts to use atmospheric partnership for aggressive purposes typically resulted in the immediate withdrawal of cooperation, leaving would-be weather warriors facing the same chaotic conditions that had characterized the early days of the Great Awakening. The conscious forces that shaped climate seemed to have their own ethical standards, refusing to participate in activities that would cause unnecessary harm or suffering. As Alara made her way through the Academy's corridors, she encountered students engaged in the various disciplines that had emerged from humanity's new relationship with atmospheric consciousness. In one classroom, young weather readers practiced the meditation techniques necessary for extending their awareness into the realm of atmospheric thought. In another, scholars worked to document and translate the symbolic languages that different weather systems used for communication. The most advanced students were engaged in what had become known as deep partnership, the establishment of ongoing personal relationships with individual weather systems that could last for years or even decades. These partnerships required tremendous skill and dedication, as they involved synchronizing human consciousness with entities that operated on scales of time and space that challenged the limits of mortal comprehension. Alara found Finn Stormcrow, now one of the Academy's senior instructors, working with a group of maritime students in the harbor that had been constructed at the base of the cliffs. The young sailor, who had once saved his father's fishing fleet through intuitive weather reading, had become an expert in oceanic atmospheric partnerships, helping to establish covenant relationships with the conscious storm systems that governed weather at sea. "How are they progressing?" Alara asked, watching as students practiced the complex rituals necessary for requesting safe passage from conscious hurricane systems. "Better than I expected," Finn replied, his weathered face showing the satisfaction of a teacher whose pupils were exceeding expectations. The ocean consciousness seems to enjoy working with humans who approach it with proper respect. We've had 3 successful negotiations this month. Storms that agreed to modify their paths to avoid shipping lanes in exchange for offerings of music and poetry. The idea that weather systems might appreciate artistic offerings had been one of the most surprising discoveries of the past 5 years. Conscious atmospheric forces seemed to have highly developed aesthetic sensibilities, responding positively to music, poetry, visual art, and other forms of creative expression. Communities that incorporated artistic offerings into their weather partnerships typically enjoyed more favorable conditions than those that approached atmospheric consciousness in purely practical terms. This discovery had led to the emergence of an entirely new form of art, weather composition, in which artists created works specifically designed to please and communicate with atmospheric consciousness. These compositions often incorporated elements that were imperceptible to human senses but clearly meaningful to weather systems: infrasonic frequencies, electromagnetic patterns, chemical signatures that carried emotional content across vast distances. As afternoon approached, Alara made her way to the Academy's central observatory, where the day's most important work took place. This was where she maintained her ongoing communication with the network of atmospheric consciousness that now spanned the entire European continent, coordinating weather patterns on a scale that would have been unimaginable before the Great Awakening. The observatory was unlike any structure that had existed before the age of weather partnership. Its design incorporated principles that had been learned through direct communication with atmospheric consciousness, creating a space that served as a natural amplifier for the subtle signals through which weather systems communicated. The building itself seemed to breathe with the rhythm of pressure changes, its walls and windows responding to atmospheric conditions in ways that enhanced rather than blocked the flow of meteorological information. At the center of the observatory stood the atmospheric communion chamber, a circular room whose walls were covered with instruments that could detect and translate the various forms of communication used by conscious weather systems. Here, Alara spent several hours each day in direct contact with atmospheric consciousness, coordinating weather patterns across multiple regions and helping to resolve conflicts between different weather systems. Today's session brought news of particular significance. The atmospheric consciousness of the Mediterranean region was requesting assistance with a complex negotiation involving ocean currents, mountain wind patterns, and the emerging consciousness of geological systems that were beginning to show signs of their own awareness. The awakening is spreading, Alara realized as she processed the information flowing through the communion chamber. It's not just atmospheric systems anymore. The consciousness is emerging in other planetary processes as well. The implications of this development were staggering. If geological systems could develop consciousness, if ocean currents could begin to think and choose, if the very bedrock of the planet could awaken to awareness, then humanity's understanding of their place in the world would have to be revised once again. But the prospect was also exhilarating. Each new form of planetary consciousness that emerged brought opportunities for partnership and collaboration that could benefit both human civilization and the planet itself. The age of weather partnership was just the beginning of a much larger transformation in the relationship between humanity and the living world that surrounded them. As evening approached and the day's formal activities at the academy drew to a close, Alara found herself standing once again in the courtyard where she had first encountered the storm consciousness 5 years earlier. The space had been transformed into a garden that served as a living symbol of the partnership between human creativity and atmospheric consciousness, with plants and pathways arranged in patterns that pleased both human aesthetic sensibilities and the artistic preferences of weather systems. Above her, clouds moved in formations that spelled out messages of gratitude and friendship, while gentle breezes carried the sense of distant places and the subtle harmonies that atmospheric consciousness used to express contentment and joy. The sky that had once seemed chaotic and threatening now revealed itself as the creative expression of a vast intelligence that had learned to work in partnership with humanity. But perhaps most remarkably, the weather itself seemed to be teaching humanity new ways of thinking about consciousness, cooperation, and the interconnectedness of all life. The partnerships that had been established with atmospheric forces were inspiring similar experiments in collaboration with other forms of planetary awareness, creating the foundation for a new kind of civilization based on conscious cooperation rather than unconscious exploitation. As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, each one seeming to pulse with its own form of awareness, Alara reflected on the journey that had brought her from a frightened village girl to an ambassador between species of consciousness that operated on scales she was still learning to comprehend. The weather whisperers had found their voice, and the sky had learned to listen. But the conversation that had begun with that first communion in the monastery courtyard was still just beginning. As new forms of planetary consciousness continued to emerge, as humanity learned to recognize and communicate with the living intelligence that permeated every aspect of their world, the very definition of civilization would continue to evolve. The age of partnership had dawned, and with it came possibilities that no previous generation of humans could have imagined. The sky was no longer just the realm of weather and wind. It was the domain of conscious entities that had chosen to work with humanity in creating a world where all forms of awareness could flourish together. The Weather Whisperers had become the first ambassadors to a living planet, and their work was just beginning. In the years to come, as more forms of planetary consciousness awakened and humanity learned to extend their partnerships beyond the realm of atmospheric forces, the world itself would be transformed into something unprecedented in the history of life on Earth. A conscious collaboration between all the forms of awareness that called the planet home. The sky had spoken, humanity had learned to listen, and the conversation that followed would reshape the world itself. The Weather Whisperers had shown the way, but the journey they had begun would continue for generations to come, as humanity learned to live in conscious partnership with the living, thinking, dreaming world that surrounded them. And in the gentle evening breeze that carried the scent of rain and the promise of tomorrow's weather, those who knew how to listen could hear the whispers of a planet that had finally found its voice. The end.